Well, that button wasn't meant to work. Sorry about that, guys. Welcome, good afternoon. Happy Saturday, everybody. I hope you're doing well. Just let my stupid thing do its thing for a bit, because I pressed the button several million times. Oh, what are you doing that for? I might just have to, if you don't stop. Oh, look at that rubbish. Right, so I'm just going to delete you, because you're just going mental now. Oh, God, dear, oh dear, what a good start to the day, guys. Happy Saturday. Welcome to the 13th leg of the Amelia Earhart Around the World Tour. Button Angel, yeah. Just let me know if you can hear me okay. Guess what failed again this morning? Oh, deliver God. Hey, so we've got, say a good morning to, a good afternoon, good evening to wherever you are in the world today. We've got Kazaki Flyer, who's been here for absolutely ages. I did load in a bit earlier and found him sat patiently at the other end of the airport. We've got... who else have we got this morning? We have Viper Strike. Howdy, Viper Strike. We've got your boy QB. Welcome along. Two Tone Murphy. How's that head, mate? How's that head? Oh, Goblin Zeus. Subscribed with tier 1. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. That's starting the noisage first, very early in the day. I hope your head's all right, Murphy. I hope you don't mind that little GIF I posted of the Swedish chef being very noisy in the I bet, yeah. I did have a think about you this morning. Take it easy today, mate. Thanks, Bork. So we're sat here today, the 13th leg. We are in Gao in Mali. We are headed today to what was known as in 1937 Fort Lamy. Fort Lamy was founded in 1900 and was founded by the French and named after the general who died in the battle for it. In today's world, it's known as N'Djamena, and it's the capital of Chad. So we're going that way. But we will fly over from here to Niamey, and Niamey is in Niger, and that was actually meant to be the destination they wanted to get to last week, but ended up, because of the weather and being rubbish down south, that they went to Gao instead. So we're going to go down to Gao southeast, and then once we get to Niamey, from Niamey, we're going to hang a left and head towards N'Djamena. So estimated time en route today is going to be around 5 hours 51 minutes. Timeage, I'm going to set the time for around 7 o'clock in the morning, because that's the time's wheels up. So we'll get around 7 o'clock there. The weather I'm using today is WPP, so that's Weather Preset Pro, Blazing Sun. The reason I picked Blazing Sun is obviously back in the day, it was a really bright day. You can see they're all wearing their pith helmets. It was a really strong sunny day. And when they get to, there's nary a cloud in the sky in the pictures I found at N'Djamena. So we're going to go with Blazing Sun today. So we're going to be absolutely blinded most of the way, I should imagine. But we should get to see a lot of the most barren, desolate wasteland that Amelia Earhart said she'd ever seen. So with that, we're going to be traveling at 8,000 feet today to get the maximage out of our fuelage. And I'm going to have to keep reminding myself to press my pedals, because yes, there is a problem with my motherboard's USB drivers. And yeah, I have to keep moving them all the way, go to sleep, and then it crashes the sim. So that's not great. Hey, Trits4, thank you for following earlier. I did hear the banging music saying that you'd followed, but I was actually pressing buttons trying to get ready. So welcome along, and I hope you enjoyed the flight. So I'm just going to get back in the aircraft and get her fired up. Yeah. So if you haven't got it, clear skies is probably good. It's not really hot and humid today. The temperature's around 32 to 35 degrees. So let's get the mixture full, prop forward, crack the throttle just a tad, put the beacon light on because we're about to crank the pedal. We'll press the boost, clear prop, because we've got the window open already. It's already very hot in here, so I've opened it all up. So let's get her fired up. You'll probably need fuel tanks, guys, so let me know if this is too noisy, because I can crank down the gain volume. Probably a bit better. Right. So engines are on. Avionics bus 1 and bus 2 can come on. Axe lights come on. Nav lights can come on. We'll get ready to depart for runway 7. So just do a quick check around the cockpit then. So controls are free and clear. Rudder pedals are all good. Doors are locked. Let's get our transponder on. I'm just going to put it straight to that. We're going to set 8,000 feet as our cruise altitude. So we'll take off straight from runway 7, do a 1 lap circuit, and then we'll head southeast down to Lamy. Well, so your boy, if like me, I'm following the rules for the Mooney that did the 80th anniversary, and it had a 200 gallon capacity, so it could actually do 3,000 nautical miles. So assume you've got a fuel tank in the back and refuel in the air. That's absolutely fine. I don't 200 gallon. The Mooney had a 200 gallon tank, so it was heavily modified to fly this route. In 2017, it was done in a Mooney M20K by Brian Lloyd. Okay, so let's get the parking brakes off. Just check around us, see who's around. I'm going to have to do a little bit of a turny whirny. So let's get some differential braking going on, so it's a nice tight turn. There we go. And we're going to backtrack down to runway 07. Okay. So my ailerons are in takeoff position, nearly in takeoff position for rudder. That's right, yeah, that was Brian Lloyd. It was on the 80th anniversary, so it was 2017. So let's poodle on down. M20K. So it's not quite an R, but close. Ah, nice. Guardian 77, hello, how you doing? Thank you. We're just about to set off from Gao and head down towards Lamy. And then once we get to Lamy, we'll dogleg it off to N'Djamena. So it's 209 miles for the first leg, about 700 or so for the second. So we should be around 5 hours 51 in the air, subject to circling time and getting in. We'll do a little bit of navigation, some VFR when we get there. I'm going to follow a river down to line up with the runway and everything. Ah, right, okay, so an R did it in 2013, and then another one. I didn't know about the 2013 one. Yeah, I'm hoping a visual update will do something about them, Gaudan. We have Winterband with us. Kazaki Flyers on the runway as well. Nice. So I'll get myself tightly turned around. Get ourselves onto the center runway. We've got Viper Strike at the other end. We've got Druid Zeus here now. Okay, so let's get some flappage in. Shouldn't really need it, it's long enough, but we'll just get some flaps in. A little bit of nose up trim. Okay, well here we go, ladies and gents. Let's head off to... Oh, Winterband's now back over there. Winterband was here a moment ago, and now he's over there. We'll go up and do a circle, get everyone in the air, and then we'll head off. Wow. Nice. I like it when people do stuff when they're early and they're young. Okay, let's oh, I think is Viper Strike going up in the air? I think so. Okay, Winterband. I'll do a circle anyway, so that you see you around. But I see Viper Strike taking off. Oof. Okay, let's do a wagons roll. So landing lights can go on, taxi lights can come off, strobes can come on, and we'll do a slow and gentle rollout, and then we'll go up. Hardly any wind, so some nice airspeed alive. Up to 80. Start pulling back. There we go. Touch on the brakes to stop the wheels spinning. Positive rate of climb, so we'll ditch that undercarriage. Trim up some nose. Up. When we get above 300 feet, we'll pull the flaps in. Okay, flap edges can come in. Dangerous Brian, hello, hello. How are you doing, my friend? Okay, flaps can come in. And we'll just do some left circuits of the airport while we get some height and wait for everyone to be ready and in the air. I don't know what it's like where you are, but it's meant to be like 7 degrees out, but I am absolutely boiling today. Absolutely boiling hot. I know Murph's got a headache, but how's everybody else? Okay, so 47 left, 48 right. Change tanks in 2 gallons. Winterbrand is up now. Viper Strike is up. Kazaki Flyer is up. Druid Zeus is up. And Dangerous Brian's on the field, so we'll do a nice circuit for him. So we don't bump away too quickly. Let's get that up there. Yeah, I mean, it is quite desolate out here still, isn't it? That's good to hear, Brian. And Dangerous Brian is rolling. Oh my word! DSO Gun Remy, thank you for the follow and the raid. Thank you so much. How are you doing? How was your stream? Oh, thank you for the follows. Thanks, guys. And welcome to the very start of our Amelia Earhart leg 13, where we are just setting off from Gao in Mali, doing a couple of circuits to get people up in the air, and we'll be heading down towards Niamey in Niger, and then heading over to what was Fort Lamy in Chad, which is now Njajema. And this is leg 13 of Amelia's flight around the world. Great to see you. Thanks for popping in, guys. If you want to follow and join in, please feel free. We're out over on the Northeast server. Nice. Oh, Milan. Lovely. I love both of those places. So we've got about 5 hours ahead of us now. So Dangerous Brian's up in the air. So I'm just going to do one more quick circuit, half circuit, and then we'll cut across the airfield and head southeast. I'm glad you had a great flight, and thank you for hopping on over to us. That's really appreciated. Thank you. So it's a little bit of a short leg this week. We've had several monsters recently, and we've only got about just under 1,000 nautical miles to fly today. And then we have a couple of weeks of nice short legs, about 300, 400 nautical, and then we have a monstrous one from the Red Sea all the way to Karachi. It will take us about 15 hours. Raw Talent ZZZ, thank you so much. Thank you for the follow. Oh, yeah, so it's quite a challenge to do these things, isn't it? I mean, it's quite a long way and time to devote to it. You got from South America to the westmost of Alaska. It's still a long way. That's still a long way. Okay, so we can now, everyone's up in the air. Hey, Aerostream. So then we'll get out and head southeast. And then we'll head up to our cruise altitude. Yeah, but remember, this is 1937. There wasn't a lot of planes around then. Tribesmen would look up and see aircraft very, 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 very rarely. Okay, so let's try and keep it around 500 feet per minute so we don't burn our ears out. Follow the river down towards Lamy. Because I was yakking, I haven't controlled my aircraft properly. You do need a fairly decent one, Raw Talent. I mean, it's very, despite what most people say, it's actually really quite CPU intensive rather than. Let's get some of this on, see if it kills me today. It's quite CPU intensive rather than GPU, but you still need a fairly robust computer to run it. I mean, it was possible. I had a 7-year-old i7 5820K with 32 gig of RAM in it, and it ran okay. But I did have a 2080 RTX as well. But I've upgraded recently so that I can do streaming and other things at the same time. Okay, so while we are away, we will just get rid of me for the moment because I am absolutely melting. I need to pop. Yeah, so I think isn't it the minimum is 16 gig of RAM. It will run, but it's what CPU have you got? And what's so what GPU have you got? Let's pull this all back a little bit. Yeah. The RAM will probably be the RAM would be okay. The card will struggle a little bit. But we've got some people that are running 1050s, I think, but it's not the greatest in the world. So now we're on 45 on the left, changing to right tank, and then we can start to bring the manifold pressure down, and let's get that leaned out now as we're climbing still. Get it around the 1400. Make sure we try and keep everything in the green. Get our landing lights off anyway. Now we're underway. Yeah, it's a great big struggle. Yeah. So ahead we've got the Viper Strike, Dangerous Brian and Kazaki Flyer, and behind us we've got Winterbrand and Goblin Zeus as we head southeast now towards Niger. So this is our approximate route today, where we're travelling from Gao southeast to Niamey, which was our intended destination last week, and then east-southeast down towards N'Djamena. But we'll get down to this part here, follow down the river into the runway. Yeah, the very big cities, London, Paris, they really do slow everything down. Ah, nice, Brian. That will do a lot of grunt work for you. With the X570 board, the only thing I would say is make sure that once you've got it, that you've got all of the latest BIOSes and you've got all of the latest chipset drivers. There have been some quite recent updates today, or within the last couple of weeks, that make a significant improvement to how the X570 works. So make sure you get those. We are starting to level out now. I have to keep just touching my toe brakes and my rudder just slightly because I'm having some problems with my USB ports. Okay, so let's get the manifold pressure around 20 inches. And as we're now leveling out, we'll bring down the RPMs down to about 2,200. And that'll eke as much of our fuel out as we need. And we'll change fuel tanks every 5 gallons. So when this is a picture, there's probably only a few pictures that were taken on this part of the leg. So they had one just outside the hangar as they were pushing back, getting ready to depart. And we have one at Fort Lamy as well. Bright hot day, not very much said in her diaries, but she did sort of comment on how barren and remote everything was. And we'll read some of that as we get underway. Buttons, and more buttons. I keep pressing all my buttons and breaking everything down. God, it's not a great start, guys. Anyone would think I'd been drinking with two-tone last night. Yeah, they have a few revisions, Brian. So I've got the Aorus Gigabyte Aorus Ultra, but mine's revision 1.1 and 1.2. It's a good grab getting hold of the 5900X though. Okay, so it's going to be quite sort of hazy as we fly today. Blazing suns. It's going to be around 32 to 35 degrees throughout the flight, and we are using the WPP Blazing Sun Obviously, clear skies and some particulates ups would be good if you don't have it. Greensmere 1, yeah. I managed to get hold of an RX6, a Radeon 6800 XT, overclocked gigabytes GPU. It's about £100 and something over RRP, but it was from a proper store rather than from a scalper. But even so, the shops are selling them now. The most ridiculous price I saw yesterday was for someone had an offer on a 3090 and it was something like 4,500. It's like, I guess though, if they're a Bitcoin miner, it might be worth their while. They might be able to make the money back eventually, I guess. But 4.5 grand, people are bidding on cards. I mean, crazy. So what are we doing? We're doing around the 160 mark. 160 indicated. Ground speed 174. We're tracking 144 degrees. You're not nav. Why did that show? Wonderful. Oh my word, really? It's crazy times, isn't it? Yeah, hold out your pennies until there's one that you can get right. I have no idea. Everything's broken. All my buttons are broken. Yeah. My name? No. I'm behind you, Brian. On the screen, on the sim, I'm behind you and Kazaki. I'm on your 6. See your blue thereabouts in front of me, or thereabouts in front of me, and I have name tags on, and I can see you both. Oh, it'll be the servers again, won't it, guys? So I can see Winterbrand, I can see Druid Zeus, I can see Dangerous Brian and Kazaki Fly. I can see you all, so I assume it's servers. We can always try a hop to servers in a bit if we can't see each other, but while I can see you all, that's quite cool, and I can show you off on screen. So yeah, stupid crypto. I mean, I don't get involved in any of that. It's just me then. I'm invisible. I've secretly borrowed Wonder Woman's aircraft. I see Brian moving out to my left. Because I assume like everyone can see everybody, because I can see everyone. I'm assuming it's something to do with the way that servers are all in blocks. So all the servers, they're not. Whilst the world is a complete world, it's not a complete world. So, and it's not entirely seamless. So there will be server boundaries, and when you cross a boundary, people disappear because you're in one boundary, one segment, and everyone's in another. It's a bit like I've mentioned before that World of Warcraft do theirs. So you can be running with a party in World of Warcraft and they'll all suddenly disappear as you cross a part. Stranglethorn Vale was notorious for it. So it gives the impression of seamless, but it's not truly seamless. But that's just my explanation of it based on how we understand how things work. And it's like when you see people on screen, they might not actually be where you think they are. So a great example of that was I was following Colonel Falk on one of his flights when we did the Mackinac Bridge, and then we flew down to an airport, and I thought, well, where's he going? Because the runway is there, and he turned off to the left on my screen. So I followed him and then switched my browser to see where he was, and he was actually landing on the runway, but on the screen it looked like he'd turned left to like go for a different direction, but he was actually approaching the landing. So what my game showed me and what was happening were two different things. Thank you ever so much to everyone for following again today and coming along as we zoom across Africa. You broken? Why are my buttons broken? Why does that not show little nav map? That is weird. It's so weird. Because that's not little nav map. Probably because I can't see it. Why? How bizarre. Hey Super Typhon, Mr. Chippy, Seamus McNeil, how are you doing, guys? Jay Winnicker, greetings. Yeah, we just got underway. We've got 161 miles to go. We've got 5 hours, 16 minutes in total en route. No problem, Super Typhon. Good morning to you. I don't know what it is, James, but I'm absolutely melting today. I'm just like melting in my two-tone Murphy t-shirt. Oh, Mr. Chippy, I need to do my garage. My garage is full of computer boxes. must do some. Perhaps I'll have a crack at breaking them down tomorrow and getting them to the tip. What's tomorrow? Yes, I could do that. I've got some cold drinks today just to keep us going. Okay, so just gentle. Just have to keep tapping my rudder pedals because they're playing up. Don't want to do what I did last week, which get all the way to our arrival and then have no brakes or rudders. It can be. I'm a bit of a hoarder, I must confess. It's like, oh, I might need to box that up at some point, which I'm never going to do. I'm never going to need my computer case boxed unless it explodes into flames. Just knock the RPM down a little bit more. So we're doing about 12.6 gallons per hour, which is okay. Cathartic. Yeah, but when you have chucked stuff out and you've got rid of stuff and you've cleared the space, it really is quite fulfilling. But getting it done's the hard bit. How are you all doing? Oh, Goblin Zeus. I put June the 11th, 2021 in, and the time of day now is approximately 7:34 a.m. Oh, should be June. Keeps resetting. Oh, Seamus. Nighty night owl, hello. Good afternoon to you. How are you doing? Oh, very nice, Brian. Yeah, the Lian Li Lancool 2 mesh is nice. I've got a Lian Li, but I've got the 011 dynamic. It's a nice big case, loads of space in it. All good for fans. Are you going air cooled or AIO? Oh, I wonder if that's why. Doesn't want to play. Hey Kingsman! How are you doing? Lovely to see you. Hope you're having a good day in the pool. It's not too bad up here in the Toon. We had snow earlier. Bellbro, hello. Lovely to see you. Hope you're having a great weekend, everybody. Fabulous. Dangerous Brian. There you go. Or for everyone. How's that? Oh, thank you for the follow. Uncle Mike. Good morning. Welcome and thank you for the follow, and welcome to the 13th leg of the Amelia Earhart round the world flight that we're recreating. We just left Gao in Mali, and we're heading down towards Niamey in Niger, where we will then take a cut over to what was formerly Fort Chad, which was a big fort, and is now N'Djamena, the capital of Chad. Thank you, Kingsman. Tried to get some African music in. I'm trying to do music of all the different areas where we fly them. I'm trying to do it in the same time, same month, same weather conditions, and trying to follow as many of the procedures that she did. Oh, I wouldn't have done that. No, I mean, my Discord's only there for... I've got a Discord just to put up when I'm going live. I'm not using it. I'm a two-tone flying circus member, and I don't see myself doing any sort of discussion outside of the group that we're in. So I haven't. Have you, Nighty Night Owl, just in case you've clicked on it by mistake, on Nighty Night Owl, on Two Tone Murphy's forum, go and check that you've clicked the shamrock in the getting started or welcome, the start here area. Which one is it? I can't remember. Nighty Night Owl. Nighty Night Owl. Nighty Night. Let's check. No, you should. You've got the roles. Yeah, there's a start here page. Just make sure you've clicked the shamrock. If not, you might have to ask Mr. Murphy nicely. Oh, okay. Nighty Night Owl. Just give me a moment while I'm just checking 43 and 44. So I've got a few. Let me. Nighty Night. There you are. Message. Oops. But no, I've got no extra permissions on any channel. I've just sent that over to you, Nighty Night Owl, as a PM. Gulpage? No, I don't have a gulpage one. I have a oricipage. Yeah, mine definitely shouldn't be locked. It's not an admin channel. Is it okay for you now you've clicked the shamrock? Right, so let's have a look around us. So we've got Whack-a-Mole has joined us now. 5 for Strike, Dangerous Brian Druids, Winterband. And a little bit ahead of us is Kazaki Flyer. Can you guys still not see me? Because I can see you all. Oh. Perhaps I'll hop over to another server in a moment. So if you do have a Mooney in game and you'd like to have a copy of this lovely livery, which is based on the Electra. Oh, Lee Dixon 1, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you, and welcome to joining us on leg 13 of the Amelia Earhart flight around the world. Yeah, so this is designed by Gibbo Ireland and is available to download over on twotonemurphy.com. So If you want a copy, you can go get it. I think all my buttons have stopped working. My channel on Two Tone Murphys? Shouldn't be. No, it's got loads of stuff in, including the plan and everything. Oh, I'm having some problems today. My bot's not working now either. Ah, now it decided to work again. Oi, oi, oi. So, you can go and get the livery as a download on twotonemurphys.com, and you can join us all over on Two Tone Murphys Discord. This is where I hang out, and I hang out with the Fireflies, the Thunderflies, Murph, Colonel Fork, where we fly pretty much now 7 days a week. So Two Tone Murphy obviously streams Monday, Wednesday and Friday. Colonel Fork is Tuesdays, Thursdays and Sundays. And I think Murph's doing a super special one tomorrow, the stream to do the recreation of the flight of the Bremen, which is going to be a 12-hour flight from Baldonnel Casement Aerodrome in Ireland all the way over to crossing the Atlantic east to west. How odd. I'll have a look after the stream. Naughty Nat Owl. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Which, if you had the AstraZeneca, yeah, I felt rubbish for about a day and a bit. But it passes. It shows that you've got a good, robust response to your injection. Cool. Yeah, it's really weird. I didn't touch anything on mine. I've got a Discord. I thought I'd put it up so that I could test my bot out and everything. But I'm not really using it. So I'd rather us all communicate and congregate on Murph's Discord, because that's, you know, that's where the community feeling is. Certainly for me, that's where I feel at home. And I don't want to dilute that in any way. So my speed at the moment is around 160 indicated, 173 ground speed. Yep. 2 gallons till we change. So 158-ish indicated. And we're heading down to Lamy. Please forgive me doing naughty little rudder twists. Just want to make sure I keep my rudder pedals alive after last week's 8-hour flight and then finding they didn't work when I landed. It was a bit hairy. Okay, nighty night owl. See you in a bit. We'll be flying for a while. We've got 5 hours to go. 117 nautical till we get to Lamy. I wish I could share my maps with you, but I can't because it's not doing. Let's do the in-game one then. So this is our route from Gal down into Niger, and then we'll change course at Lamy, and then we'll fly all the way over to N'Djamena. And when we get down towards N'Djamena, obviously when we pick up the rivers just outside, we'll start coming in, we'll track the second river, and then we'll turn back at the widest points, follow it down here, and then we'll come into the airport. Probably runway, I think it's 07 or something, I believe. I'll check on my flight plan, which I can't share with you, which is a real shame. So, at Wheels Up today, we had around, I believe, 15,568 miles to go. Oh, 16,574 miles we had to go once we left Gao in Mali, out of the 28,800 miles. So we've knocked off a good 12,300 miles in 13 legs. The next couple of streams will be a little bit shorter than we have been experiencing. We have a very long one from Assab all the way over to Karachi. It's going to be around about 15 hours. That's in 3 legs time. So let's just refer to my notes now, and we'll have a bit of a chattage. So, from a flier's standpoint, Amelia wrote, crossing Africa, given great weather, isn't actually very difficult. For much of the way, you've got great emergency landing places, excellent natural airports, some credible services despite where you're flying in, because a lot of the areas you're flying in at that time was no, I fly in real time, Greensmere, so I'm trying to do it real time, real-ish weather as far as I can get it. So I refer to her diaries, and I refer to her historical records, newspapers, to try and get it as close as we can. So we've flown in sandstorms, we've flown in all sorts of weather across the Atlantic, and we'll have some monsoons as we get down through Indonesia, because that's where the weather really got bad for them. But no, full time, all the way. The big help I get in this flight is, despite this taking place back in 1937, Amelia did have the benefit of a Sperry auto gyro pilot, which basically would level the wings, keep a flight altitude and a direction. So, and she used that an incredible amount, which is why, every now and again, I take it off autopilot for a bit or leave it on. I don't feel guilty because that's what she did, because she spent a lot of time writing diaries, checking the instruments, checking the aircraft over, and the autopilot allowed her to do that without having to keep her hands on the controls. And of course, the Sperry auto gyro pilot was invented by Lawrence Sperry. And no, Greensmower, I haven't. Colorado's modern day Amelia. Oh, is that Amelia Rose Earhart? Because if it's Amelia Rose Earhart, yes, I know about her. Ah. Right, Brian. I will try changing servers. But bear with me. I'm going to... Oh, God, crikey. What if I go load save and save it, just in case? Save. Save. Oh. All right, I'm going to go to West Europe. And I'm back in, so I will go back to East Europe in a second. Okay, let's go back to East Europe. Or North European. Okay, I'm back in North Europe. No one's here yet. We'll see how we're going. It's 40 on the left, changing to right now. 4 gallons on the right. She did she? I seem to recall Amelia Earhart. There's a Pilatus 12 in her story. Oh, you can see me now. All right, cool. Well, I can see you, Whack-A-Mo, Winter Band, Viper Strike, Bell. Oh, hey, Bell Bro. I can see you below me. Oh, fantastic. I just love the fact that people are still taking these things on. Oh, you actually wrote, yeah, PC-12. Yeah. Well, of course, even the Electra that Amelia flew back in 1937 was heavily modified, hence its number. You know, NR for restricted. And had 1,151 gallon capacity in that Electra. So I'm pretending to fly a modified Mooney that had 200 gallons in it with a range of 3,003 miles. So no worries, Belbro. Enjoy the VR. Yeah, absolutely. Oh, I do like Flight Sim in VR. It is fabulous. Really enjoyable. Really, really enjoyable. I've actually got a new VR cover for my G2, which is, I haven't tried it out yet, and it's actually got a slightly wider field of view and a slightly thinner soft face covering. Zachariah Pinball. Ooh. Is it just like standing at the pinball tables and playing them, Mr. Chippy? Oh, I might have to have a look at that. Really getting into the VR. I didn't quite know what to expect with it, and actually, it's really good. The Lego roller coaster did take a hit the other week when we were, I can't remember, it's a game that you can play with your friends in VR and you go hunting orcs in like procedurally generated dungeons, and Laura did give it a good whacking. But it's actually really good. I'll have to. Be nice if they sort of put it into the houses and stuff like that, right? You know, because Oculus is quite good for that. Yeah. So when Amelia flew over this part of Africa, maps were definitely not a thing. Well, they were, but they were really lacking. She wrote that, but all that has been done, maps for the most part of this region are far from satisfactory. The desert mid-region is difficult country and years of work will be required to map it as well. We had the best maps available, supplemented with aviation information from pilots at every stop. But even with those, they found it difficult to navigate where they were going. Fred's actually said that navigating by sea was much easier than it was navigating across the desert. You know, obviously they were trying to use contact flying, VFR as we call it today. But as you can see, there's, you know, when it's all there's very little river, just ground. Desert, it's where much of it looks the same for mile upon mile, becomes very hard to get your bearings. And of course they didn't have anything other than celestial navigation to get them from place to place. Yeah, so it must have been very distracting. You know, they...
I didn't get that. Could you try again?
No, Siri, I won't. Whilst familiarity with aviation has bred enthusiasm, there is no contempt. If there is no contempt at least, then there is wonder about airplanes in the eyes of natives. Once the miraculous man-made birds filled them with awe. Today, they're accepted as being commonplace as camels or tractors. In my study at home hangs a cartoon that tells the story. A blasé and technically informed African native with a spear and shield regards a plane overhead and says, a new Lockheed. So even in 1937, people were becoming very familiar with aviation. Yeah, so few landmarks. The Siri autopilot. Do you know what? I am going to turn Siri off on my watch. She just goes off all the time. 3 gallons on the right till change of tank. How are we doing now? So a little bit low on the RPM. Bring us up. Everything else is good. There is very few landmarks, right? I mean, even on the... I wish I could share it. I mean, obviously we've got a river off our right wing, which goes all the way down to the Lamy, which is the River Niger. But that's pretty much the main point that we can see on this navigation on this part. I will do Green Smoker, thank you, I will. I've read about her, but I didn't know that she'd got some keynote speeches. That would be really cool. Yeah, I'll look those up. Thank you. Oh, the V2 is great. I'm waiting. I'm waiting for some. I've ordered some prescription lenses to go in them, so I can do it without my glasses on. That'll be nice. So here we are, flying along in the blazing sun. Oh, thank you. All right. I shall note that down. Chromatic. I love it. I love to find out about people that do extraordinary things. Just fascinating. Do you know what, Brian? It's technically not lighter. It feels lighter to me, but apparently there's not a lot in it. I think the biggest issue with the Oculus is if you haven't got the Elite headset, the Elite strap, that it's very front heavy. I mean, all VR headsets have a bit of weight on the front, but the Oculus also has a battery and screens and all of its gubbins, whereas the G2 really doesn't. It hasn't got a battery because it's powered by the computer. But I don't believe technically it's any lighter in total, or if it is, it's marginal. Yeah, I don't know if there is, because that would be cool. But then I think people might get sick of me moving my head around all the time, because I do like a jolly good look when I'm in a plane. But do you know, Mr. Chippy, if there is a way of seeing Twitch chat in VR? I really don't know. Okay, so yeah, I think I'd heard someone say it was not as easy as doing that stuff. I mean, it's quite good in Microsoft Flight Simulator, because you bring up a window, it's like the map, and I put the map on the seat next to me so that I can move my head and I see the map, but it's not up in the screen in front of me. Yeah, I don't have an Oculus though, I've got a G2. Oh, is that how they do it? The follow me? Yeah, I can see that, because it's literally just a desktop window then. Ah. And I'm sorry I'm not doing so much flying outside, but for those of you who've been following me for a while now, you know that I'm desperately trying to avoid CTDs. I have had quite a few of late. Although this week I've spent a lot of time fiddling with drivers and chipset drivers and BIOSes, running in admin mode, all that stuff. Stay in the cockpit, yeah. Even that's not a positive though, Brian. Every now and again I can get it. So, but we did that quick save back there. I don't know if that'll work. I know, 18 hours. Did he not save Super Typhon? Did he not have a landing? Was it a couple of hours back or something? Yeah, he was doing the endurance race. And yeah, had a CTD just coming in. The microphone would have had to been muted for me. I think I would have completely lost my cool. A bit like I did at work the other day. I went into an alley rage. Definitely less chance of buttons, Brian. I am still trying to get buttons working, mind. So I don't know why it's doing that. Let's get rid of that. wonder if that's what it is. I don't think I'd want to watch that because yeah, I think that would have finished me off as well. No, I don't know. Poor CD. I think so, Brian, but mine's been very temperamental lately. Nice Kazaki. Let's keep pressing. I'm tapping the... I don't know if bamboo counts as wood, but I have a bamboo table, so let's tap that. Oh, I bet. Well, I'm feeling really bad now that I've heard it was 3 miles out. Oh, I knew we had one. I didn't know how far out it was. Oh, but 3 minutes or 3 miles? Oh my god. That would have been cray-cray. Over time, it will all settle down. You know, let's remember they're introducing changes all the time, and it doesn't matter how good your software is. We're all human, and humans make software, and mistakes can happen. But let's think about it, right? Look how beautiful this game is. I mean, look at the colours. I mean, I know I've got no clouds, but the colour of the lands, the texture, the scenery, the fact that we can VFR now, out of the box, we can VFR, and you know, non-GA has been catered for very, very heavily in a lot of sims, and even X-Plane. Yes, you can do it. You can make it look like Microsoft Flight Sim. You absolutely can, but it costs a lot of money and you need a lot of disk space. So Microsoft Flight Simulator has done quite an amazing job, really, and given how, you know, it's not easy to have done what they've done, I think it's brilliant. And over time, they'll nail it in. Systems will become robust. They're bringing people on board now to help with navigations, like the working title team. That's a great move, because they've done some super stuff. I'm actually running pretty light in terms of add-ons at the moment. The only real one I've got is official, or when I say official, but aircraft that have been released on the marketplace, and aircraft that on airports that are from people like Orbex. I've taken out pretty much all the non-standard ones, and I've also got the Earhart light still for the moment, and I'll put in casement for tomorrow, but right now it's delivery, and pretty much that's it. Recently, Adrienne Bolland, she passed the Andy 1921 in a Cordron G3 from to Santiago. Oh, nice, Goblin. I am sure that X-Plane will, and like you've heard me say before, great. Oh, Straight DJ, thank you for the follow. That's really appreciated, and welcome along to the stream as you join us in Africa. We're about 46 miles out of Niamey, which we're heading from Gao, where we took off at 7 AM local time, and we're heading over to what was Fort Lamy in Chad, which is now N'Djamena. I'm sure I'm pronouncing that wrong. So, and if there's anyone from this area of the world, please correct me, throw a shoe at me or something, and tell me I'm getting it wrong. So we're going through Mali, Niger, and Chad today. So many great flights of history to follow. Thank you, Straight. Yeah, I want more lady flyers. We definitely need more lady flyers. Gibbo, welcome. We're working on a few, trying to get people in, because, you know, women in aviation, we've got a great history, and even today, you know, women pilots. Yeah, some fantastic flyers out there, commercial, GA, doing some great things. So, yeah, so we're flying along. This is our 13th leg. We have quite a long way to go. This morning we had 16,574 miles to go out of our 28,800. So, oh, Solar Heart 7, thank you so much for the follow. I think that will take, I think we've been taken over the 300 follower mark now. That's amazing. That's actually amazing. Never thought I'd have that many people coming along to watch and follow. Yeah, 303. Wow, thank you. That's incredible. Thank you so much for the support, everybody. And I'm glad people like it and enjoy our little fly. No, I'm flying the Mooney M20R Ovation by Carenado, but the livery that we're sporting is handmade by Gibbo Ireland, who's in the chat now, and he made it based on the Electra's original colour scheme. So basically it's an all aluminium metal frame with red highlights on the leading edges of the wing and stabiliser. The original Electra looked like that. So as you can see, the Electra had a crosstail with twin rudders, so we couldn't have the nice red piece between the tails because we only got one. That's what I'm flying. The reason I'm flying this is obviously the Electra 10E special isn't in game, but Brian Lloyd did the 80th anniversary flight following most of the route that Amelia flew. We're flying the actual route as close as we can get it. And if you fly the Mooney in Flight Simulator and you would be interested in having a copy of the livery, you can get a copy. My bot, I tell you, I'm going to have to delete him and start him again. But the bots have been playing up all week. I don't know what's going on. But you can go and get the delivery for the Mooney over on twotonemurphy.com/downloads. For free. It's going to get a good kicking after the stream, that's for sure. $212 loops in 72 minutes. Wow. Oh my word. 1212 loop the loops, Goblin. Could you imagine doing 212 loops in VR? I think there'd be much green faceage. Very much green face. So who we got now? We've got Count Zeppelin. I think Count Zeppelin is Naughty Night Owl. So if it is, hey, Naughty Night Owl, Winterband 54341, Kazaki Flyer, Viper Strike, Druid Zeus. And behind us we've got Belbro, Wakamo and Dangerous Brian. They're coming us on the 967 mile nautical mile route to Fort Lamy in Chad. We have about 4 hours 31 minutes to go. And it's time to change tanks because I'm yakking too much. Oh God, no, Straight DJ. I mean, she did so much. I mean, this was meant to be her swan song flight where she wasn't going to do any more expeditions, but she was not going to quit flying. But even on this flight, she did more firsts. Obviously, in 2 or 3 legs time, we're going to be crossing from Assab, all the way through to Karachi, and that's like 1500. So 15 hours. So, and then of course she did the long one from Ley in Papua New Guinea to nearly Howland Island. I mean, she pretty much got there. She was out of fuel, so she was pretty close. You know, that's 2,400 miles, so it's going to take us a while. I think that one's about 15 to 17 hours. You know, held fast speed record, speed records, altitude records in a pit cairn. You know, in a gyro pilot of all things. So, and then there's obviously the Vega B. Oh, you did watch it, Goblin. Yeah. So as long as you can ignore the sort of lovey-dovey bits in the middle with Gore Vidal, it's great. And obviously the plane that they used in that is this one. But the ending is sad. Yeah. Yeah. But we've got something to, you know, we're unlike all the others, we're going to land on Howland Island. We have an in-game scenery that we've had made for us by the one, the only, Jefferson 2001. And he's basically created the Earhart light, which was placed there in 1939, and it looks like it was when it was brand new. He's also put the wooden beach sign that says it's now a US, maritime animal reserve. And there's a sign, and on the back it's got Alicats 2021. So he's scribbled my signature on the back and my gamer tag. So we'll land there. We'll park up around the Earhart light and pay our honours to her. But we are going to complete the journey. We are going to go all the way back to San Francisco, where she was hoping to be back on the 4th of July, 1937. But yeah. The Vega 5B is coming out later this year, we hope. And when we get the Vega 5B, I will want to recreate all of her flights that she did in the Vega. So, of course, the first Atlantic crossing, as well as her long flights from California to Hawaii, and then the longest solo journeys from California all the way down to Mexico. Her east-west-west-east circle navigation of the United States. And if they ever bring out a gyrocopter, I'll fly a gyrocopter across the States as well. I mean, she took the gyrocopter up to 18,410 feet. Which became a record in her time. She did great things for women, on the lecture tour, always looking out, advising women on what to look forward to do, make sure, women could do anything they like. Considering it was back in 1937 where women's rights weren't so widely accepted, I think it's fantastic. She really did, stand out, and so many people don't know so much about her these days, although there's lots to read about. Following Amelia this journey, and while I'm waiting for the Vega, I'm going to attempt the flights that Amy Johnson did from Croydon to Australia, which she did in 19 days. Adventure 494, hey, how you doing? Lovely to see you. Welcome to the stream. We're about 4 hours 26 to go. We're heading southeast from Gao towards Niamey. No worries, Bell Bro. You take care and thanks for flying along for a while. Thanks for popping in. We will catch you later. You found us at last. Yeah, I saw you on the map. Bell Bro was here. He was up. He was around with Brian. Oh, it's warm, isn't it? Well, I hope it's... Oh, do you know what I've done? I am terrible. That was a bit naughty. Right, change to right tank. Actually, it's not, is it? I've just changed to left. Getting my lefts and rights. Yeah, I did set a timer up, but my bot's not working super Typhon, so it was meant to come up and remind me to press my rudders and press my buttons and press my rudders, but it's and change tanks. But my bot is not behaving today, even though everything's running on admin. It's very naughty. So none of my commands are working either, so I can't even do shout outs for people. Naughty bot. Oh, why did that work like that then? Let's see if that works. Oh, the commands are working, but they're just not showing the commands. Well, there we go. They're sort of working. Remember to stretch your legs, guys. Got a long flight ahead of us. Naughty bot emote. We might unlock some. We might unlock some emotes shortly with new people. So I might have to do a naughty bot one, right? Just because my bot is very, very naughty. No, not quite yet. We've not unlocked another one yet, but when we do, I will have a naughty bot. Might have to include a book throwing. So, my Bravo has shipped. It's shipped. It's in Germany. It should be here Tuesday between 1 PM and 5 PM, but I'll believe it when I've got my grubby little mitts on it. I won't count my chickens because before Christmas I ordered a brand new Lamy case and that shipped. It even got to it was scanned in arrival in Newcastle and then they lost it. So I then had to try and order another one and there weren't any around, so I had to, so the overclockers reordered me one, and they got it to me literally just before Christmas, but by the skin of its teeth. So I use Streamlabs OBS, Seamus. It's really good. So all of my scenes, all of my pictures and everything are all set up in Streamlabs OBS, and CloudBot's part of it. So absolutely, Greensmore, because everybody knows RGB makes your computer faster. So I've actually got the Lee OC11 dimension, but it's the Razer edition because I have a load of Razer stuff. But do you know what? I'm actually thinking of changing it to the Corsair stuff at some point because I absolutely loathe the Synapse software and I'm sure it's causing a lot of my problems. But I've got 9 fans, they're all coloured. It's lovely, and I can change it to whatever I like. It all the case matches my keyboard, my mouse, my gamepad. I'm an MMO player as well, so I play Final Fantasy 14. So yeah, Seamus, have you ever? Oh, here we go. We're over Nyami. Oh, there's Nyami. Hello. Totally not paying attention. So that's the airport that Amelia was aiming at on her 12th leg. But because of the weather, she didn't make there. She went to Gao instead. So we will have just gone over the VOR there. And look at that, there's a Mooney above a Mooney. Hi airport, bye airport. So that is Lamy in night. And now we're heading out towards Chad. But if you ever want me to show you how I use my OBS, happy to do it on Discord and show you what I do and how I've set it all up. But my I am having some problems today with my bottage. Levitating Gravity, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream and joining us here as we have just flown over Lamy and we're now heading towards Fort Lamy in Chad. No, the I could have got an O11D when they lost my other one instantly, but I wanted it all hooked up so that it was all nice and pretty. But that was me being vain. Perhaps I should have just gone for the standard one. Perhaps I should have just gone for the standard one. But it's nice and it's great to work with. The case is fabulous. Absolutely fabulous. Thank you. So yeah, welcome. So yeah, we're joined by members of the Two-Tone Murphy Flying Circus, of which I am a member, and I love that community with all my heart. We fly pretty much now 7 days a week. So I can't stream all the time because of my work, but I've sort of trying to focus on females of aviation history and the achievements that they've done. So my first one was to do Amelia Earhart because I've followed a lot of Amelia Earhart's history when I was younger, and I thought it'd be a good thing to do to highlight what she did and achieved, especially in the sim that's now so beautiful to see the countries that she passed in VFR, because she only really flew everywhere at 8,000 feet. Yeah, so that's right, Green Samoa. The only difference is it's got 1, 2, 3, 4 strips. And it's just RGB and it's highlighting around the thing, and it can all sync up with the colour scheme you're using and with your other peripherals, but it's nice. So I have all the colours. It makes me happy. Oh, so it's a Kazaki flyer. Let me just do some avoidance. So Gravity, yes, I have flown in real life. I don't at the moment. I got ill a few years back, and the medication I'm on now would prevent me from getting past my medical. So for now, flight sim is my back to flying. Only really had experience in mainly Cessnas, so Cessna 152, 172 and Piper. It does work with Chroma Studio Green Samoa, yeah. So I'm a high wing girl, Cessna girl at heart, but I just love this Mooney. Oh, I beg your pardon. So anyway, I've got the map. I finally got it working. So I've meant to bring this up. So now we've just passed Lamy and we're heading down towards N'Djamena or Fort Lamy. I don't know how to get rid of the bloody thing, but here we go. I will just press a button. Hidage. It does, and especially now in the circumstances that we have in the world. I've gone and seen loads of places. It's kept me out of dark places that my brain goes to at times. So meeting up with Two-Tone Murphy, Colonel Falk, and all of the other flight simmers, Captain Arash, CD, Fabio, Oz Flight Simmer, and taking part and doing things online, it's just opened my eyes. I didn't know that this was, I guess it wasn't as possible, was it, in other sims? I know that you could do it on, but the way we multiply now is just brilliant. And I absolutely love it. Absolutely love it. But yeah, I learnt to fly in the northeast of England, up here in Newcastle. local flying school. It's not there anymore, but there is a new one that's just opened up this year. Yeah, most of my flying was done in a Cessna 152, so love it. And I'm going to put some of my aviation stuff on my wall behind me, some of my maps and things like that, so that lovely local area and things to brighten up my wall. Do you fly? Yeah. So many people's love of aviation has been put on hold of not, getting their flight lessons in with the pandemic. I know that in the UK, a few of the flight schools are opening up on Monday to do lessons. So there are some. I just hope that they might keep their prices down a little bit, but I doubt it. I'd have thought, get some prices down, get people through the doors, get them hooked, because once you're in that aircraft and you've got that vision of and the feeling of the 3D space you're moving in, and if you've never flown in real life, even if you don't think you're going to go and get your license, take an hour's flight. You can get one for 100 quid or so. Get yourself up there for an hour, and it's just amazing. And then you can sort of feel or get a feeling of how different a flight sim is to actually doing it in real life. Because obviously when you're flying along like this, you can see everything, but you don't get to feel this when you yaw it. You don't get that feeling in your stomach of how the aircraft moves and how the wind flows over the aircraft and how the wind interacts with it, and how you have to chase the rudders in turn and make sure you're doing coordinated flights and everything. So that's the only thing I do miss when I'm simming, is I don't quite get that feel. You don't quite get the feel, right? Oh, that's a shame, levitating gravity. But well, fingers crossed that you can get back to them soon. But you've started fairly youngish, which is great. My biggest regret in my life is I didn't start my flight lessons till I was older. But hey, I did it. I did it. So been there, seen it, done it. Got my t-shirts. You can get motion stats, but they're very expensive. Yeah, and a lot of people. Magic88, how you doing? Welcome, my friend. Welcome to the stream. We're about 4 hours out from Fort Lamy. We're heading south-southeast-ish, or east-southeast now, towards Fort Lamy, which was created in 1900 by the French after a battle there to take control of the area, and named after the General Lamy. Changed its name in the 1960s to N'Djamena when the Africanization of the continent started taking place. Oh, it's an amazing experience. Just being up there, the views, the sights, the sounds, it's incredible. It's just, you could get butt kickers and things like that. That might sort of give some sort of movement, but yeah, I don't have enough money for a full rotating sim. No, you can't. So for the PPO, it's great. Once you're beyond 50, you have to have a medical every year. Before that, it's every 2 years if you're in your 40s. But my medication doesn't allow me to pass. So, but hey ho, I'm alive. That's all that matters. So 36 on the left, 39 on the right, getting 1 gallon till change. Just make sure my pedals are moving still. Yeah, we're all still moving. So yeah, and then of course you've got the LAPL, which is even less stringent in its medicals. But again, because of the medications I'm on, I would have to go to see and have an airman's medical, and no, they wouldn't let me do it. One day maybe, when I'm not on the medication anymore. But yeah, even if you're diabetic now, you can you can fly. Annalisa, hello darling. Good afternoon to you. Hey, how are you doing? Am I interrupting you doing housework again? Welcome to the stream. We've got 4 hours and 7 minutes to go. We are 724 miles to go. Yeah. You can always say fingers crossed. Never is too late, right? But I do get a lot of enjoyment out of flight sim. Yeah. Obviously on this flight I'm not, I can't do the sort of... Yeah, so in America they're section 103s, right? So yeah, you can do aerolites. Yeah. I haven't looked into it though, but maybe. But yeah, a microlight, yeah. I've been practicing on them in the sim. Where I used to live down south, there was one just at the bottom of the scarp face that the village lived on. And no, that's right. So yeah, and mine can make me tired. Hence the fact, yeah, the risk of tiredness and fatigue is too much. You only just got up, Annalisa. What time did you get up? What time did you get up? Look into my eyes. Sign the fashion. She was dancing on your street. On the bus. Did she keep the passengers in check? 35-39, check, right tank. So we've got Viper Strike, Winterbrand, we've got Goblin Zeus, 99 Owl, Kazaki Flyer, Majesty 888, Wacamo, and Dangerous Brian and Kazaki Flyer, all flying us as we head towards Chad. We're flying today with the Weather Preset Pro Blazing Sun. Last week we had Desert Sun. But in the pictures that they had, I can only grab 2 photos from newspapers this week. But the photos that we had was obviously in Gower, and you can see that this is before takeoff in the early morning, and they're all in their pith helmets already. So it was really good weather across most of Northern Africa. So we've gone for blazing sun today, and because why not? Whoa, 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 whoa. Captain Arash has raided with 33. Oh, Leviton Gravity, thank you so much. Captain Arash, my friend, thank you for the raid. Hey guys, can we get some hype in the chat, please, for all the lovely people who've oh, Captain Arash has resubscribed on a 2-month streak for someone. Oh, thank you, my friend. That's really generous of you. Welcome, welcome everybody. Welcome to the stream. Hey. Oh, thank you for following Brick Rhymes. That's lovely of you. Thank you. Thank you. Salute to the captain. How are you doing? How was your stream? How was your stream today, Captain Arash? Oh, more follows. Oh, thank you so much. Crikey. Where did you fly today? Boy Jolie, thank you for following. Thank you. Welcome to the 13th leg of Amelia Earhart's Round the World flight. You caught us. We're heading away from Niamey in Niger, and we're heading down towards Fort Lamy, which is now known as N'Djamena. And we've got about 4 hours and 3 minutes to go. 711.7 nautical miles, and it's the 13th leg. We set off in Oakland 13 weeks ago. And we've got, as of this morning, we had 16,574 miles to go. Ah, nice. So you fly, Michele, Ethiopia Dijan. So we're heading towards Saudi, but we're going, so N'Djamena, then it's El Fasher to Khartoum, Khartoum to Massawa, Massawa to Assab, and then from there we fly all the way from Assab on the Red Sea all the way to Karachi, but we skirt we fly along the coast of Arabia, which is now Yemen, Saudi Arabia and Oman. So we have to skirt, because they didn't, back in 1937, they didn't like people flying over their countries. Oh, I'm sorry, Captain Arash. Hopefully he'll be back in a moment. So yeah, we're sort of, we're flying your way. But we won't be flying over Saudi until 3 weeks' time. Welcome back, and thank you for the follow. So if you don't know Captain Arash, guys, Captain Arash is also doing a crazy round the world flight. And when I say crazy, it's great. He's flying a 172 around the world in real world weather conditions without GPS and using full navigation. It's really interesting, and I always try to catch him during the week because he streams when I'm at work. So please, if you get the chance to also do some following of Captain Arash and even get to watch some of his streams. I think you Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and Saturdays now, Captain Arash. Paulie the Lurker, welcome for dropping outside of the lurkage to join us as we fly around the world following the footsteps of Amelia Earhart in 1937. So yeah, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and Saturdays. I was a bit lazy this morning, so I didn't get up to. I got up a little bit later than normal. So, but normally I try to catch him several times a week, and I've been following him since about it must be over a year now. One of the first flight simulators. It's been a long time. I say certainly since Microsoft Flight Sim came out and you were flying the 172. So definitely since at least August. So it's cracking on a bit now. Day 7, yeah. So, and what day are you on now? So, I stream every Saturday at 1400 UK time, 1300 Zulu. But throughout the week, you'll catch me flying with Two Tone Murphy on a Monday, Wednesday, and Fridays, and you can catch Two Tone Murphy on Twitch. On a Tuesday, Thursday, and Sunday, you can catch me flying with Colonel Fork. Sometimes at the weekends, you can catch me with Fabio and CD. Sometimes in the week you can catch me doing Oz Flight Simmer. Oz does over on YouTube. So pretty much 7 days a week now I'm flying. So it's a fantastic thing to do, and it's a great hobby. So thank you for joining us. We've got quite a long way to go. So I would say it's 16,574 miles as of this morning. We're doing 968 miles today, give or take. We will deviate a little bit at the end when we're coming to land. Back in 1937, there were no VORs, there were no DMEs. She was navigating purely with her navigator Fred Noonan, who was using celestial navigation. Africa, they used maps, but the maps were really poor quality back then, and she thought it would take years and years and years for Africa and the desert to be mapped. I wonder what she'd have thought these days with the GPS navigation and everything. Certainly would have been more direct and accurate. No worries, Captain Arash. You've been streaming hard all morning, so enjoy your break, enjoy some food, and say hi to Emma for me, and hopefully catch you later. And they were just surprised by the desolation of this area, and yeah, but there were no VORs, so I'd like to later on. I'm going to do some. I've started writing. I've written a script for doing some VOR to VOR navigation and do some some real world navigation videos to share with the Two Tone Murphy community or anyone that wants to watch them. Really, I don't know, there are some out there, but I'm going to put my spin on it and how I learned and how my instructor taught me how to do things and how to find out where you're going. DeWalt, lovely to see you. Hello. And Leet Gaming, hello to you too. Welcome along. Thank you for joining us as we're flying through sunny Africa. Draco Sensei, good morning. How you doing, my friend? All good here. It's a bit of ignore me. Please forgive me for wobbling my aircraft. I am not doing that to be a pain. I'm doing it to keep my rudder pedals moving because they played up on me last week, and I had to land with no rudders and no brakes. Because if I unplug my USBs and plug them back in, the sim will hang. So we're on leg 13. We're flying over the desert. You can see why navigation would have been so hard. I mean, even now where we do have the odd town and the odd settlement, there were even less back then. And it's a combination, I'm afraid. It's a combination of issues. One, the TPR rudder pedals don't really like USB 3. So I've got a really new system, so much of it's... I think that the AMD X570s do have some, not everybody, but some people have X570s do have the odd issue with disconnects on their USBs. AMD are working on it. They put out a BIOS update a week ago, which I've got. They've also last week done chipset updates, so I've done that too. So they're honing in on it. They've said they're working on it. I emailed them, and they, unlike a lot of vendors, I actually got an email straight back with a load of hints and tips to try and work it out. A lot of which is already on Reddit that they've posted. So combination at the moment, but apparently yes, the Thrustmaster TPR pedals are fond of USB 2s. I mean, given it's 2021 and USB 3s have been around for donkey's years. Come on, guys, get with the program. Get your drivers updated. So I'm talking to them as well about it. So, but it was a pain because these rudders, these TPRs are beautiful. I mean, they're just lovely. When you're flying, because I had the Cytec ones, and the control. Yes, you could do it, and they were fine. Yeah, US 3.1 now. Yeah, USB-C. But yeah, but it is chalk and cheese. It's a bit like going from a Cytec rudder, yoke to the Alpha.
I didn't catch that.
Oh, Siri, you really are going to get thrown across the room in a minute. There will be alley rage on Siri in a moment. The fact that the yoke has got no detente in the middle when you it's got a full 180 degrees rotation, whereas the Cytec only did 45 degrees. So that meant every degree you were turning was twice as much. Alley rage, everyone duck. I'm really good with books at range. I did hit someone fleeing down a corridor once after they messed up on a brief, which cost us a lot of money. I didn't intend to hit them. It was just a really bad throw, but it caught them right in the back of the head. That was in the days when, yeah, people could be asshats. Yeah, if they work right. Oh no! I wonder if it's actually your cable has just been crashing out on you, Draco. Oh my word! I mean, I don't have to worry about that, because my 21-year-old cat has no teeth. But I'm sure if she did, she would chew through stuff. So 35, 37, 2 gallons till we need to change. We're flying along with blazing sun. You can almost feel the heat. I am actually feeling the heat here. No, you're not meant to take their teeth out just because. Right. Look how lovely the sun shines off the Gibbo Island Electra-inspired design. I just love it. Indeed, cats rule. I mean, I'm a sucker for cats. Used to have 4 of them. I've only got 1 left at the moment. But she's 21 now. All the others live to a relatively decent age, around like 15-ish. But she can't go out. She's too skittish. But she's lovely. I mean, she was terribly abused when she was little. Took years to trust humans. I remember when we got her. Yeah, she is. She's an absolute darling. I mean, she is so loving and so sweet. But it's taken. I mean, it took us many. But Panda, are you still watching? Because how long did it take us for her to really start trusting? It was when. Because we've only been able to sort of pick her up for the last few years without her going. You know, she would literally try to leap as soon as she picks her up. Now she's like, no. And we put her down now, and she used to just leg it. Now you can put her down and she stays. She won't sit on anyone's lap. She'll never be a lap cat. She has the odd time stepped when she's trying to reach for someone's dinner, because she will do that. She'll unrealizingly put her feet on someone's leg, and then all of a sudden she'll realize that she's got her paws on your leg, and she'll sort of jump backwards and take her paws off. But no one would hurt her. But yeah, she had 2 bad first owners. The first cat family let the dog use her as a toy, and the second family kept her locked in a downstairs loo, which wasn't very big. So she absolutely has claustrophobia as a cat. She doesn't like the doors being shut. She thinks she's being shut. And even if it's the biggest room in the house and you shut the door on her, she goes all slinky down and tries to run around, and she's like bobbing her head up, trying to wait for the door to. Yeah, fear of doors shut. Yeah. You shut the door and she changes. So we don't shut any of our doors, even though we're a townhouse, and really they should be shut because of fire risk. But hey, she doesn't like the door shut, so they stay open. .35 and 36, getting ready to change on the right. So for those of you who are new to the channel, this is the route we're taking around the world. So we started off in Oakland, flew to Burbank where the Electra was made, and then we flew from Burbank to Tucson in Arizona. Where they had to stop overnight because the left engine caught fire. Then we flew to New Orleans. We flew across the coast to Miami, where the real flight in 1937 started. Then we flew down to San Juan in Puerto Rico. From Puerto Rico, we flew to Mataran in Venezuela. We couldn't fly to Carapito, which is where she went to, because there is no longer any airfields. So it was in the closest town just around the corner. From Carapito, we went to Paramaribo in Suriname. From Paramaribo in Suriname, we flew to Fortaleza in Brazil. A short hop down to Natal. Then we flew all the way across the Atlantic from Natal all the way to St. Louis in Senegal. But she wasn't meant to get there, she was meant to go to Dakar. So after St. Louis, we went to Dakar. From Dakar, we flew over to Gao in Mali, and today we're flying from Mao to Njajima, or Fort Lamy in Chad. So we have all this to go. Before we get all the way back to San Francisco. Trying to do as much in real time, real world, real weather as we can, but obviously not a lot of historical records are available for weather's forecasts on those days. However hard I tried. So I do go from what she writes in her diaries. She obviously flew the journey with Fred Noonan, who was a former navigator for Pan American, former sailor and then pilot. And they navigated using celestial navigation, which Fred found really difficult to do over the desert, especially in the day. I know obviously you've got the sun, but that's about it. there was no visual reference points for them to mark at for many parts of the journey. I mean, we as you can see, even now, it's very arid, very dry, no rivers really to pick up on. Just total barrenness, which is what she highlighted in her diary. $35, $36, getting ready to change. My late catch was a factory living kitchen. Oh. I do like cats. I do like the cats. 35 and 35, change. And I do have a track IR, but it doesn't work very well in my room. It's really bright, and I have the window right in front of me, so it doesn't work very well. So sorry, you have to put up with me doing things. Oh, is it the autopilot playing up? Nighty Night Owl. I mean, I guess it wouldn't even work for the I guess it wouldn't even work for the VOR, right, which was at NY, November Yankee. So November Yankee was 114.10. So the VOR might work. So you could pick up 114.11.41, and then we could have a play with the OBS. See where we are. Oh, I need to be on I need to be on VLOC, and that'll ruin me. Let me set myself onto straighten up my heading, straighten up on my course a little bit. Let's put us into heading mode just for a moment. We can get back on to, and if I go to VLOC, oh, why aren't you working? Come on, VLOC. Oh, 114.10. You're locked in. Oh, are you down here? No, you're not. You're showing us 2. Oh, why are you're not picking me up? Oh, that's odd, because it's picked up. It's showing the VOR. It's showing that we're on radio 96, and it's just not changing to. We're not changing. That should change to. We should get a from flag. Oh, it's not going to do it, is it? Let's get back onto GPS then. Otherwise, I was going to suggest tonight how you could tag into the VOR and do the navigation that way. Then I'd help you get. I can't pick the radio up. That's really weird. There's been some strange. Oh, we've got some people. We've got followers. Oh, Dangerous Brian. Oh, thank you so much. Dangerous Brian with the legendary gifting of 5 tier 1 subs. He's now gifted subs to Waltons, Whack-A-Mo, Downfront, Shuffle Shoes, and HT341. Oh, that's really sweet of you, Brian. Thank you so much. Welcome to the team, guys, and enjoy your tier 1 subscriptions courtesy of Dangerous Brian. Yeah, we're probably just a little bit outside of its track. But if you know what direction you're at and what the radio on, you could actually then just put it into heading mode and dial up to 96, right? Thank you for following Daniel Guerrero. I apologise if I butchered that, but welcome along. Thank you for joining us. Let's have some hype in the channel in chat for Dangerous Brian. Thank you so much, Brian. That's really kind of you. Thank you. Welcome to the stream and welcome to the channel. Some legend is going on. I do have a legend emote, but I haven't got it in play yet. Soon, TM. As soon as Twitch allows us to add more. So 35, 35, we should be on the right, on the left now, so left down to 30. And we have 3 hours, 43 minutes to go and 652.6 miles. Oh, thank you, Brian. That's really kind of you. Thank you. really appreciate all the follows, all the people coming in to watch. Yeah, it's you know, Colonel Fox says it's humbling, and it is very humbling because to have people, you know, come along and watch something that you're doing. You know, I was only going to do it for a piece of fun, and you know, Tuto Murphy and the gang all persuaded me to stream, so here we are. And it's just lovely. We're going from strength to strength. We're getting some nice follows. Katie UK, welcome along to my stream. Yes, you were on Tuto Murphy's stream last night. Well, welcome to my stream of my flight around the world, following the footsteps and journey that Amelia Earhart flew in 1937. And you've caught us flying from Gao in Mali, past Niamey in Niger, across to Ndjamena in Chad. It's a 968-mile journey today, about 5 hours 51 minutes estimated time en route. We're flying at about 8,000 feet at around about 150 indicated. Oh, that's really sweet. No, all the more the merrier. This is a fantastic community, and I am just so glad I got involved with it. And yeah, my first few streams, I was really nervous, and it was strange. And I still find it strange talking to you all when I'm normally chatting to everyone. Oh, Tuto Murphy with the gifted tier 5 gifted tier 1. He's now done 20. Thank you, Murph. That's really lovely of you. Thank you. And we have Paulie the Lurker, Silver Pear, Green Smower, Frozen 7, Dr. No Thumb. Can we have some hype for Tuto Murphy in the channel? Tuto Murphy was the streamer that got me into multiplayer flying. I haven't looked back. I'm such a proud member of the Tuto Murphy Flying Circus. Look, have you even got my Tuto Murphy shirt on? Oh, thank you. That's brilliant. Thank you, Murph. And Murph is, most of you know, Schmeggy75. Thank you for the follow. Now my bot has actually got the right name for once. Well, Katie, if you have Microsoft Flight Simulator and you want to be involved, you can join us over on Tuto Murphy's Discord, where we all arrange all of our multi-flights, where Tuto Murphy, Colonel Fork, myself, Seamus and other community flyers all post their streams. You know, if you want to get involved, come along and join out. Tuto Murphy streams on Monday, Wednesdays and Fridays, and tomorrow at 700 Zulu. Is it Zulu or 7 o'clock Ireland, Murphy? Is it Zulu or Irish time? But over on tomorrow at 7 a.m. one of the times, Murphy's. Oh, Colonel. Oh, good morning, Colonel Fork. Welcome. Good morning to you. I hope you're doing okay, mate, and that your trials and tribulations of the other day have now passed. Fingers crossed for you. Zulu, 0700 Zulu, so that's 8 o'clock in the morning tomorrow. Tuto Murphy is undertaking an epic flight from Ireland in Baldonnel Casement Aerodrome to across the Atlantic, going east to west, following the flight of the Bremen. And it's going to be about 12 hours of flying. So if you're around tomorrow and want to join some multiplayer flightage, join Murph tomorrow morning. And Colonel Fork, thank you so much again. Thank you. That's really kind of you. For the tier 1 gifted subs to Botip, HCBR110 of the Thunder Flies, Arctic Turn has now got a sub, Slarty Bart and Captain Wink. Welcome and thank you. Can we have some hypes in the chat, please, for Colonel Fork? And obviously Colonel Fork streams every Tuesday, Thursday and Sundays. After my stream tonight, he will also be streaming over on Twitch to do his stream that he was going to do on Thursday, but sadly couldn't because of computer problems. So I will take a short break after my flight and hope to join him on his flight at some point this evening. But the more the merrier, the fireflies that we get out, the better. So yes, Katie, if you want to join in, you know where we are. Just make sure that you press or click on the shamrock in the Start Here channel, and that will open up all of the channels for you. Katie, it's not boring at all. My name's my name. so names are not boring. But you can always change it. But mine was Ali Katz originally, and then I changed it because I had Alison Johnson on YouTube, Ali Katz on, or Kazagaya, then it was Ali Katz, and then, so yeah, I've just equalised it. Everyone, I'm Alison in real life and Alison in game, so as people will see. But yeah, come along and join us. No, I was Ali Katz. ALY space KATZ. So me and my other half, we were the Kitty Cat Squad because we had a lot of cats and we got an Xbox when it first came out. And I don't know, maybe. I mean, my Twitch name was Casey Gayer for a long time because I used to. That was my when I played MMOs. Was the name of my character. That was my name originally, and then it changed to Ali Katz. And then I changed it to Alison because I wanted it to all link up with what people knew me as, and it made it easier for people. Alison and the Airflies. Tarnish Mossman, good afternoon to you. How are you doing? And Greensmer, I take it you mowed lawns and greens, so you're a groundsman or a landscaper. Oh, so I started off with Star Wars Galaxies back in 2001. And then Star Wars Galaxies went to EQ2. EQ2 bobbled around there for a bit. Then it was WoW for a while. I played pretty much all of them. Ah, Teras Kaze Master. I was the I was the epitome of everyone that hated. I was a combat medic rifleman. And I had the super uber poisons from the Disco Cave, the Geonosian Cave or whatever it was. It could kill a Jedi in one tick, and if it didn't, the headshot would. So poison them, shoot them in the head. Everyone hated me. Combat medics were all the rage, so much so that Sony nerfed them terribly. But they didn't know if our poisons. Yeah, the Jedis were. It was funny, but the trouble was it did break the game a bit. I mean, they were faster than any vehicle in game. You know, they could run into the middle bar. We used to have people stack. We had a big guild, and we used to role play a lot, and we had 4 bases in our town, as well as shops and all sorts of stuff. They just ruined it. You know, we'd have people that would go to work, but they'd stand outside our cantina in full stormtrooper armor on guard. But as everyone knew, the stormtrooper armor was just for vanity. And then, they'd run in, kill him, because of course Jedis were well known for having to kill people to rank up. Yeah, so yeah, combat medic rifle master combat medic, master rifleman. It would just cause carnage. But yeah, it was fun. I loved it, and similar to this community, the community that we had there were some bad eggs, but generally really good. And I'm still in touch with people from that game all these years later. So it's been incredible. And now I play Final Fantasy 14. That's the one I play now. When I'm not flying, which is not very often. But I do love that game. My housemates play it with me. Buttons. my character was a Zabrak. So basically, because everyone found out or worked out that you didn't need all of your armor on. You had a helmet, chest piece, and boots. So we all ran around with like skin piece. Very, very weird. But we had them all in pink camo. There was no point in having the armor on, and if you put the armor on, you had to use super buffs because they were so heavily statted that you couldn't put them all on without buffs. So yeah, but you found out that actually you took no more damage if you didn't have your so I think it was helmet, chest, gloves, and boots, and you took no more damage in that than you did if you had a full set. That game was incredible because everything in it was player generated, and they never thought that the players would be able to do the things they did. And so basically you mined stuff, gathered stuff, did stuff, built stuff, and you could experiment on it. And they experimented on stuff so that you could get things like 100% resists, which they'd never intended, and poisons that were like insta-death. Bort Panda, who's in the chat, I hope, I asked her to try one of my... I said, can I try one of my diseases on you? And she went, yeah, okay. And started a duel. I threw it, and it killed her in one tick. But the game was bad because you could recover. And as soon as she recovered, it killed her again. And then she recovered, and it killed her again. And then she raised up, and it killed her, and that was it. And then she was like sat to sit in a cantina for hours because she all of her stats were completely shot to pieces. Yeah. She never ever offered to test my poisons ever again. It was buggy, but it was so much fun, and it had a community. And we have a fantastic community going on here in Flight Sim these days, and it's amazing. It's really, everyone's really, really lovely. I enjoy the Flight Sim Draco very, very much now. There's almost as much communication in this game as there is in an MMO these days. Yeah, we play SWOTOR and Guild Wars 2. I loved the stories of SWOTOR, but it didn't really have much end game, and the PvP wasn't brilliant. The raiding was okay, but it was, again, they focused so much on the story, which was brilliant. The Imperial Agent story was super. The Jedi story was pretty good. The Sith Warrior was great. Even the Sith Inquisitor story was quite good. Oh, and the Bounty Hunter was alright, but I like story, or I like information, and then that awful play. Yeah, so basically, you can play for free, but if you want to do normal stuff, you've got to pay for it. It's like, well, why bother? Because basically, it was so bad, you had to subscribe, and then people didn't play it. And it was like you could only have so much money and everything. Levitating Gravity, thank you so much. Lovely to see you, and we'll see you again. Thank you very much, and I hope you have a great rest of your day and weekend, and we'll hope to see you soon. Thank you so much. Hey, Captain Arash, our ETE is 3 hours 28 minutes. Welcome back. We have 611 miles to go. See you. Take care. Levitating Gravity, thank you. So, yeah, I've never played Elite Dangerous. Played Elite when it came out, way back when on my Amiga. Yes, Captain Kitten. No, I've definitely played Star Wars Galaxies, so has Katie UK. My speed, Captain Arash, is about just under 150, about 148. And we're 8,000 feet, tracking 97 degrees magnetic. So yeah, I played, I had two characters. My first one was a master combat medic rifleman, and my other one was a pure crafter. And I used to have Harrods of Luxor, and I played on the Imperial side. I had an Auric as well. I had an Auric, a Dragon 32, a Commodore 64, an Amiga 500, 286, 386, 486 Pentiums. No, that's fine, Captain Rash. You know, I don't expect everybody to be able to fly along, and certainly not for the whole ZX81. Yeah, that's good. So the Auric was very similar to the ZX81. Ah, the 486, yeah, the 486DX. Yeah, I've gone off PvP. I mean, I'm old now, and my reactions are not good. My reactions are not good in PvP. Nighty night owl, you take care. And we will catch you later. Hopefully, see you on Colonel Fault stream on Murphy's tomorrow. Thank you for coming along. So yeah, I've been gaming for many years. Not the world's greatest gamer, I will tell you that for now. But I do enjoy a game. Oh, Captain Kitten, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome along. Yep. We had I had a Binatone Pong console. The pro noob. Yeah, well, that's yeah. No one ever knows everything, Katie, right? I certainly don't, and I'm 54 this year. Oh, Steve Solo. Hey, Steve. Did I miss you? If I did, I'm so sorry, mate. Hey. Oh, an HCBR 1100. Hey, guys. Delta's here as well. Oh, we've got a whole load now. I'm sorry. I've been trying to stay in the cockpit quite a bit so that I don't. We've got Delta, Tarnish, Whack-A-Mo, Dangerous Brian, Matchy 88, Druid, Goblin Zeus, Winterbrand, Steve Solo, HCBR of the Thunderflies. Oh, and tomorrow, guys, if you're going to see anything tomorrow, join Murphy's stream. There is going to be a aircraft display by the Thunderflies in sim. They are going to put on a full display of the Thunderflies, of an aerobatic display during Murphy's stream tomorrow. So can't miss that. They have been working really hard and putting on a real shift for this tomorrow. So that's going to be. I don't know if anyone's ever put on a full aerobatic display in a sim before. So this could be a world first. It might even be a world first for Flight Sim, Microsoft, if it's not for anything else. So yeah, come along and join that for absolute starts. Are you? Oh well, okay, well we're in the same area then. Old going on 12, eh, Katie? It's going to be brilliant, a virtual air show. 30 tank on the left, change to right. Okay, 3 hours 23, ETE, 596 miles. Tomorrow will be epic, Goblin. Absolutely. I am looking forward to that. It might not be a number, Katie, but mine's a bloody big one. Well, you're only as old as you feel, right? And I don't feel old. I certainly don't feel old. Okay guys, so Laurie009 Plank, thank you for the follow and welcome to my stream. Welcome to joining us as we fly on leg 13 of the Amelia Earhart around the world. So thank you for the follow, really appreciate that. Thank you so much. We've gone over the 300 mark today as well. So I think we've now, I can't remember how many we're up to now, but it was we had 303 earlier. So I'm absolutely astounded by how many people have followed. 310. You are the 310th follower. Thank you so much. It's the miles. Ah, it's hard, isn't it? It's not, no. But you know, Super Typhon, you've got a world of, you've got an age of experience ahead of you and things to do, and you know, hey, I've still got tons left. I was thinking about it the other night. You know, poor old Prince Philip who died recently. You know, 99 years old. I was thinking, well, do you know what? That always, you know, I'm getting old. Well, actually, he's what, 41 years older than me. That's not nearly my life I've had. Again, I won't make my 90s. But it makes you think. You think, well, actually, I won't be quite so bad. Oh, lovely, Captain Kitten. I mean, I am cheating a little bit. I am using Sperry to do my flying, because that's what Amelia did most of this journey. Certainly across Africa, so I don't feel that I'm doing too much. How's your computer doing, Colonel? Well, let me know, Katie, because that's my next big birthday. I know it's a few years off now, but I'm sure it's the new 40. Oh, have you not turned it off at all? Oh, crikey. Keep part of the community. We can all celebrate together. Celebrate your big birthday. PC player, Goblin Zeus, Tomb Raider, numerous things, Star Wars, with Solo, yeah. What I would like in games is a lot more cooperative games. Yeah, I don't mind if it was harder, I don't mind if it's easy, but it would just be nice to experience some games with friends. Oh, Captain Kitten, thank you so much. Oh! Can we put some cheers into the chat, guys, for Captain Kitten, whose 42nd birthday? Happy birthday! I hope you have a fantastic day. Thank you so much. Let's get some cheers in, guys. You know, get the wine glasses out. Happy birthday! Hope you have a great day. Sim Aviation Hurling, hello and welcome, my friend. How are you? Warhamster, welcome, my friend. We've got all these people, loads of people today. Thank you. Welcome to the new 20. Hope you have a great day, Captain Kitten. Yeah, I've got the Thunderflies out. I'm trying not to go outside too much, guys, so please forgive me. I know that we've got loads of things to show and people to see, but I'm trying to avoid the crassage. But we've got Count Zeppelin, which is Nighty Night Out. Sydney Mario has joined us. Welcome. Delta AGPI. Captain Arash is now here. Tarnish. Dangerous Brian. Jewett, Zeus. Mag C. Whack-A-Mo. Winter Band's here. Viper Strike. And we've got Steve Sarah and HTBR. Oh, David994. Thank you so much for the follow. You've caught us flying across Africa on leg 13 of our Around the World with Amelia Earhart, and we are currently heading from Gao past Fort Lamy, and we are now heading to N'Djamena. Alien Z Bob, we are approximately 579 miles west-northwest-ish of Foxtrot Tango Tango Juliet. We're probably tracking 97-degree magnetic from the November Yankee VOR. So, if I don't know if it'll bring it up now, but it might. Let's try again. I'll show you roughly where we are on the map. So we're currently skirting here along the northern borders of Nigeria. And we're heading over to N'Djamena in Chad, which was known as Fort Lamy back in 1937. And we are travelling at 8,000 feet. Ooh. Leaked Gaming, thank you for following. Thank you so much. Watch out for flying houses and don't wear ruby slivers. Why, what's going on, Bork? Have I vanished again? Oh, it must be the servers, because I can see everybody. I see absolutely everyone. Okay, enjoy your breakfast, Captain Colonel Fork. Nearly said Captain Fork again. I'm terrible. My brain. God dear, he's going to shoot me. So Colonel Fork is streaming this evening over on Twitch. So come along and join us. I've run away. I don't really want to press that escape button too many times though. So how are we doing on here? 220, 20. Everything's all in the green, but it's technically blue. 3 hours 15 minutes to go. Thunderflies! Getting some practice in for tomorrow's air show. I think that lake there is Lake Rima. Just outside Lugu, Sabtongari. Should be a mosque on the outside of outskirts of town here. Wouldn't have been in today. Yes, the Expedition Amelia is very interesting. It's very interesting indeed. That's definitely worth a watch. Take care, Greensmere1. Thank you so much. You have a great rest of your day and I hope to see you soon. Thank you for popping in. Thank you for the follow. And enjoy your gift sub. There's quite a few documentaries. Alien said, Bob, yes, this is Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020. Yeah. Flying in the Mooney M20R Ovation. Because the Electra's not in game. We're flying a specially modified livery, specially designed for the stream and the flight by Gebo Ireland, which is available for download over on twotonemurphy.com/downloads. So this is like the first sort of settlements we've seen for quite a while. Well, since the army, I guess, right? Mainly because I guess it's rivers, right? Yeah. Well, if you're on the Two Tone Murphy, there's I think there's like an, I think there's a channel where you can reach out to people to see if they can help. Which I can't help you for toffee, but there are some people that are on part of the community that do liveries. So you never know if you ask nicely. Okay, 30 and 33, 3 on the right till we change to left. Make sure you're taking your break, guys. Yeah, obviously if you put that in, saying you're prepared to pay for time and everything, that will help. There are some good people out there that do some nice liveries. So we don't need our water wings this week, again. But we have to have our sandwiches to fend off the wild animals. Amelia didn't see very many animals when she was flying. She saw some birds, but they were often way too low. So no fear of any bird strikes. So N'Djamena is, or Fort Lamy is south of Lake Chad, which used to be much bigger, but has severely deteriorated over the years. Certainly now with so I'm up in Newcastle and it's been snowing here too, but not heavily. So we thought we'd move up to the northeast, went up for work, and it's like, oh, we're going to get snow a lot. We hardly get any. We hardly get any, which is crazy. But we're too close to the North Sea, I guess. Slightly warmer. Yeah. I wonder how much a world update will do to the deserts. Because it looks quite different on Google Maps. Whoa! Crikey! That made me jump, guys. Thunderfly's doing their... I'll sit outside for a little bit and get rid of me so you guys can see them do their stuff. It's incredible what they do, isn't it? Given how the simulator is doing dead reckoning for all of the planes in the game, which is, you know, traditional deductive reckoning that you do in general aviation, to know where each aircraft is, and it can be different. Yes, the France update's next, right? That France and Benelux. Yeah, amazing, isn't it? Real dedication. Looking forward very much to their show tomorrow. Very much to their show tomorrow. Yeah, I guess again, close to the coast. So No, we didn't, Captain Arash, no. If I was flying over the Sahara myself, I would have done. But I'm following the route that... Well, I am slightly cheating in that I've got the autopilot on. So I'm letting Sperry do the flying at the moment. So it's doing all the hard work at the moment. There's not very much wind today, so we're not going to have any drift or things like that. Straight lines in aircraft's all about straight and level flight, so it's all about trimming out the aircraft, making sure that it's all coordinated. So it can be tricky. Can be tricky to trim an aircraft, especially if there's a lot of wind. But generally an aircraft wants to fly, and it's then all about navigation. Knowing where you are, knowing where you need to go and how to get there. So, you know, it's totally lost the... when I... Oh! Simary1234, welcome, and thank you for the follow, my friend. Good to see you here. Thank you for joining me on Saturday as we have 3 hours and 5 minutes left of our 968-mile journey to Fort Lamy in Chad. We've got quite a few of the Fireflies and Thunderflies out with us today as we're flying across the southern stretches of the Sahara. We're flying along the northern borders of Nigeria. We're just inside the border at the moment as we head towards Chad. Botip's here, Warhamster's here, Skydiver's here now. Hey guys, HCBR, Steve Solo, Captain Arash, Sydney Mario, Erling Hundi, which is Sim Aviation Erling, Druid Zeus, Draco, Delta API, Dangerous Brian, Winterbrand, Tarnish, Mossman, Viper Strike. Loads of people, fantastic. So many peeps. It's really lovely, thank you. Isn't it, oh crikey, hang on, just make sure I don't hit Viper Strike. I'll just take some avoiding action. And 31, getting ready to change tanks. It is impressive. It is impressive. It wasn't an add-on, it was a cat. Well, Straker, I'm still running a lot less. No balk. The cat decided to chew. Basically, all of the cable had puncture holes in. Yeah, most of the stuff's been all very, very inconclusive. Now, I've watched so many of the documentaries on Amelia Earhart. Magic, is that the one where they did the AI to work out where she was? Because there's one where they're using AI now to try and triangulate everything. Way! Thunderflies, our goal! 30-31. There we go, with some formation flying going on behind me now as well. Yeah, they've just done so much dedicated flying, the Thunderflies, it's incredible. So, tomorrow, guys, they're putting on a aviation show, an air show, in Sim. Make sure you catch it. Too much information. The rabbit. My rabbit used to do it, but your rabbit was evil. It was like a killer bunny from Monty Python. Oh, okay, so that's Nakamura Island. Yeah. And that's where the bones were found, wasn't it? Oh, crikey almighty. That was just a flash in front of my windscreen. Oh, and another one. And there's Viper Strike again. Oh, no. Viper. I'll try not to run your tail off, Viper Strike. But then they threw the bones away that they found, so... She's got living relatives. They could have done the DNA stuff. But they found bones, but they got rid of them, didn't they? Because they discounted the fact that they could have been of a European-ish woman, when actually she was quite slim and tall. So they would have actually been quite appropriate, from what it sounds like. But yeah, I mean, there's all sorts. Yeah. I still hold with the theory that they ran out of fuel and ditched into the sea. But obviously there's one that they landed on an island and they died there. There's another they landed on the island, they were captured by Japanese troops and executed and all that good stuff. But yeah. But that there was some discounting of that picture though. And I can't remember what the discounting was. If you're going in the Barren, it's about 12 to 13 hours, I would have thought, but... Oh, Sperry... Oh, no. Fort Noob 15, thank you for the follow. Lovely to see you. Thank you for joining us today. Yeah, there was something about that picture on the jetty where it couldn't have been her. But what, I can't remember what it was now. My old brain's gone mush. What was it? Yeah. I don't know, Captain Arash. You'd have thought they'd have buried them, if anything, right? Because they were human. They should have buried them where they found them. Dead jelly. No, we're alive jelly. I don't know. I don't know what goes through people's minds when they do this thing, you know. But they did. They destroyed them, so the evidence is not there. So we can't do the DNS stuff, which we could have. That they could have done, you know. These years later, they could have done it because it wasn't that long ago that those bones were found, was it? Back in 1940, they were found. The bones were found on Nikumaroro, which was known as Gardner Island, sent to Fiji for analysis. The bones took more than 4 years. They looked more than 4 years old. Slight chance that the very slight chance could have been Amelia Earhart. They concluded it was an individual 5 feet 5 inches tall. Amelia was 5'8", and not less than 45, and she was 39. So they said that they were too old and too short. And couldn't have been Noonan's because he was more than 6 foot tall. But this one says they've been sent to a lab, but where? So they say that it was likely that they mischaracterized the bones of the pelvis back in 1941 because they changed how they would do that in 1972. So who knew? It could be her. But they then got rid of the bones, so no one will ever know. Sorry I went quiet there. I was having a bit of a read. I don't know why I'm seeing them in Thunderfly in as CJ4s though, because I do have an MB339, unless it's a livery. Are the Thunderflies using a special livery? Because I guess that's the only reason why I might not see it, right? Because I do have the MB339. Remember guys to take a break. I don't know, Seamus. Yeah, I do have the MB339 installed, so it must be a livery. Remember to stretch your legs, guys. Move around. I'm about to crawl over the tanks and run to the back of the aircraft to quickly use the ladies, just like Amelia did back in 1937. They had a very tiny loo at the back of the aircraft. Yeah, I don't have the hash straight hydrate yet. I must do that, but I booked my take a break. So Amelia used to travel with a flask of hot chocolate, and when she left Gao, they had the finest Air France hot chocolate that was available in the day. So she would have had a nice hot chocolate. She actually had an omelette for breakfast, followed with French bread and hot chocolate. Yeah, very nom. I had an omelette for my lunch today. So what did she say she had? I'm sure it was omelette. Ah, she had chef d'oeuvre was a mushroom omelette supplemented with frying French chocolate. Then we revised our route to Fort Lamy. The Central African is a land of generous. This is a 1,000-mile hop steam routine. One quickly becomes accustomed to the feeling of the places that are separated by paltry 500 miles, as they may be considered practically neighbours, or aeronautically speaking. But even so, on 4 separate flights accounted for 4,350 miles. This means a daily stint from the distance of New York to St. Louis. This day's flying to Lamy, and the next we cross stretches of country so barren beyond words, a no man's land of eternal want, where the natives cling tenaciously to the existence, almost incomprehensible to Westerners. First we followed the Niger River 170 miles, then to Niamey. I later learnt that the French authorities were waiting to receive us, but in retrospect I'm sorry we didn't drop down to say hi, but so they had a whole waiting people to see them at Niamey, and they just didn't stop. Most of the terrain of the central portion of Africa we flew over was remarkably like the southwestern part of the United States, so much so it's almost necessary to pinch oneself to realise how far from Arizona and New Mexico we actually were. It is of course a very hot country with broad stretches of arid land hemmed in by regions rough and mountainous, all beautiful. From the air, the broad views of whatever country, the ever-changing, ever-shifting colouring light, the shadow holds beauty which only willfully blind could ignore. The difference between this part of Africa I saw and our own badland country lies in principally what humans have accomplished. In these wild lands, highways were entirely lacking. Roads are trails, crooked wandering far and wide, and of course very few of those welcoming landing fields of our own in the West. No aviation luxuries like radio beams, lights, and sometimes felt that the names on the map might as well have read Albuquerque, Yuma instead of El Bereni and Abu Zabad. Aviation has come to loom large parts in these remote parts. In years gone by, it took weeks or months to get from one up to the other place, and the railroads have led to civilization. Mostly such travel was by camel. Nowadays, flying can link with almost any isolated community with the outer world. The familiarity, and so I mentioned earlier that she went on to say that familiarity has not seemed to breed any contempt so far. Yeah, she had a real way of words, didn't she? Oh dear, I've done it again. Chunk. No, she took no naps on these flights. Even though Fred could fly, he was in the back of the aircraft. And to get to it from his station, he would have to have crawled in. The cockpit was really quite small, as I posted on Discord. He was a pilot, but he was more of a navigator. So, yeah, they were 8,000 feet. Could he have done something? Probably. But no, he did no flying. He did all the navigating, so she had to do all the flying. Remember, she did have Sperry, so it was less tiring. So the auto-gyro pilot really did take some of these... Whoa, look at that! Whew. Boulder control, no naps. Thank you, Majesty. Thank you so much. I mean, it's not my content, these are the words of Amelia. I'm just sort of filling in the gaps as we go. You do. You see. And so Fred Noonan was played by Christopher Ecclestone, you know. And yeah, he was very scared. In the end of that, you know, she was sweating and he was literally cringing, scared as hell at the back there. What? Obviously, we'll talk more about that when we get onto the Howland Island flight, which is very long. I mean, she attempted to fly to a place that no one had ever flown to or even landed on before ever. I mean, that's bold and adventurous, even in its own right. To, you know, aim at something on an incredibly long journey. I mean, it's 2,400 miles, and you've only just got fumes to get there at the end. they had an unfortunate headwind. They climbed too high, wasted fuel. All that fuel, every ounce of fuel was needed for this flight. And then when they got there, the radios weren't working properly. Big Tone, good afternoon. Hey. No, you're. Oh, no problem at all. I hope you've had some successful hunting for a new car. Look at that flying. It's amazing. Yeah, we're doing good. We are 2 hours 44 to go. 488 miles left. We're now beaming towards Fort Lamy in Chad. We have seen some towns, well, 2, in our journey. We might have a few more to cross over as we get there. But we've got the Thunderflies, we've got the Fireflies, all flying along. And while I've got an external view for now, I'm just going to quickly crawl over that space into the back. I mean, because obviously, I don't know if... Have I got the picture of the cockpit? No, you can't see, but that's obviously Amelia in the cockpit. It's not a very big cockpit, and if she had fallen asleep or was incapacitated, there's not much in to get in there. But to get in there, they had to crawl across the 6 tanks that were placed between them in the rear fuselage. Oh, there we go. So here you go. Let me make this a bit bigger. So some of you have seen this before, but this is Amelia crawling from the cockpit to the back of the aircraft over the fuel tanks. And these fuel, there was, I think it's each one of these line bars is for one tank. So there's 6 tanks there. She had 12 tanks in total, and 1,151 gallons the aircraft could take. It is a steering wheel, Brian. But it's... So it's a steering wheel, and it did turn left and right, but it was... I'll find another picture. There's a really good one on Discord in the historical section where I've done... There's a colour image of an Electra's cockpit. And it the actual yokes are based on pillars to the left and right, but they have like a 45-degree bend on it, and they come from in, and then the steering wheels, and you push it backwards and forwards, so the actual yoke's off to the left. So yeah, very much a circle steering wheel. They changed it later on, but gonna off me for a moment, and I'm going to do that crawl through the very short space to the back of the aircraft. I will be right back, and hopefully what's my tanks on? 29 and 28, so now I will change to the right. Get that down to 25. I will be right back. And I'm back. Hey guys, I just thought while I was here, you wanted to. This is a better view of a more modern Electra that's based at the Seattle Museum of Flight. And as you can see, it's a bit newer. It's got a few newer controls on it, but it's obviously been brought up to date to accommodate for modern flying. But if you have a quick look here, you've got the circular the yoke and the elevator columns and everything. Yeah. So, and these are the rudders and elevator trims up here. Sorry, the elevator trims and the ailerons. So no little wheel. Incredible, isn't it? And if they ever bring an Electra to the game, I will definitely redo this flight in an Electra, doing it properly. Because that will be a whole lot of, that'll be a whole different kettle of fish. Do you know what? I don't know. But I can tell you this, working in the gambling industry, I don't want the favourite to win. Definitely don't want the favourite to win. I mean, I will say, I just do software, but no, I don't want to. We'll lose a lot of money if the favourite wins. They're off now, are they? Okay. Well, tell me at the end when they finished. You can obviously see here that you've got a lake with river beds that are barren and dry. What lake are we over? Lake Zandam. Yeah, so you can see the Farfaru and the Faru rivers are dried up. Even I wonder if on so yeah, these on maps, all these are nice blue rivers, but you can see that they're so arid and dried up. Let's have a look at satellite. Yeah. Wow. Oh, they're all behind me now. Captain Arash is formation flying on my wing. Ah, nice. That river is far off. Oh, well done. I hope you had a nice breakfast. What did you have for breakfast? I love American breakfast. What did you have today? 26 and 29, so one more gallon and we'll change to the left. No, I mean, I haven't always worked in the gambling industry. I only joined it a year ago, so, and I'm not a bettor. I'm not a gambler. Scrambled eggs, topped with American cheese and sausage links. Oh, that sounds nice. I absolutely love having eggs, smashed browns, bacon and sausage links when I'm in America. Nice Coltonish. No, that'd be a good one. That'll be definitely a good good flight to do. That some people have. Someone's done. I think Captain Sickbag did Ireland. I think did Captain Sickbag also do a circuit of Europe. Oh, Time Agent 2020. Thank you so much for the follow, and welcome to the stream. You catch us several hours into our flight now, about 3 hours 20 minutes in, and we're flying Amelia Earhart's route off leg 13, and we're heading from Gao in Mali, past Niamey, to Fort Lamy, as it was, but is now N'Djamena in Chad. Oh, it wasn't the hash browns really, it was the smashed browns. So it's like boiled potatoes, mashed with a fork a little bit, and then fried. So they're not really hash browns, but they call them smash browns or something. Oh, someone else has followed. I've missed it because it's not my chat has slowed down. I'm so sorry. What time should I write? Oh, wait, what do you eat? What? Oh, yeah. They'll come back, Brian. We're flying across. I mean, I can see everybody. I've been. Yeah, so I'm not even sure the potato, but they're the red ones. We don't have lots of interesting types of potatoes. We have our King Edwards and whatever, but America has loads. I think they're like a russet colour anyway. But yeah, you boil them in the skins, then you mush them a little bit, put them in a hot pan with salt, pepper, butter. Oh, they're lovely. So they're not quite a hash brown. They're a bit of a hash, as in a hash, but not like a hash brown like you'd have from McDonald's or something like that. I don't know. I mean, it depends. So the plane you fly depends on how long you want it to take, right? So you can zoom around that, or you can take your time. Depends whether you want to do it in a GA plane or not. Yeah. So if you're going to fly around the borders of the United States in a nice GA aircraft, yeah, anything can do about 160 gives you a decent amount of range and speed. Obviously, if you want to do it faster, you've got the turboprops. And you know they'll do 300-ish, but then you might, you know, if you want to explore and see sights and everything, no, low and slow will be the way to do it. Steak, fries, baked potato, hash browns, French fries, tater tots, waffle fries, sweet potato fries. The list goes. Oh, potatoes. Yeah, Bonanza or Baron, Super Typhon's right, or even a Mooney. Yeah, we turn pretty much the AI off when we're doing stuff. Oh, C2A, but I think the Bonanza would be good. The C2A can be a bit clunky. I like it, but it can be a bit clunky. Bit big and gets the job done. 25 and 29, changing tanks now as we are coming over. Where are we flying over now? I wonder if this would have been here when Amelia came over. This is Katsina. I should have done some research on Katsina. That's quite a big town. So this place has been here since the 13th century. It's got a royal palace that was built in 1348 by Muhammadu Kuraru, who's thought to have been the very first ever Muslim king of Katsina. In fact, there's a minaret and everything. And there's Katsina Airport. Obviously, we're a bit too high. I don't know where the palace is, but perhaps in the update they might put that in, because that's actually, it's the Katsina Emirate Gidan Koraro. Oh, this is the place that Boko Haram kidnapped those schoolboys back in 2020. Oh, all right. So this is a pretty rough area these days, right? It has a 21-kilometer city wall. And was under British rule from 1903 till 1960. Very interesting. So we're actually in Nigeria, DeWalt. We're literally on the border. So that river to our left there, that's the border of Nigeria and Niger. No, you're welcome to walk. No, so today we go from Mali, Niger, Nigeria, and Chad. So we cross 4 countries. Well, we traverse in 4 countries today. Sorry, did I look away? Sorry. Sorry about that, guys. I looked away at the town, did I? Sorry. I was just very interested because it's the biggest place we've seen since the army. Pretty much to walk, yeah. Well, I don't stream every day, but I do fly pretty much every day, yeah. So on a Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, I fly with Two-Tone Murphy and the Fireflies. And on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Sundays, I tend to fly with Colonel Hawk and the Fireflies. On Saturdays, I fly with me. Pilot PE, welcome to you. A PPLA pilot from Norway. Well, velkommen. It's going well. We are about 2 hours 25 to go. We've been flying for around about 3 hours 20 minutes. And we are 428.8 nautical miles from our destination. Apologies for the bad pilotage when you see me wobble my plane. It's just that I'm having a problem with my USBs turning off, and if they turn off my rudder pedals like last week, I will have to land with no brakes and no rudders, which is tricky. So I'm just wobbling them every now and again to make sure that they're kept alive, even though I've turned off the rudder training. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, how to do it gently without sort of swinging the plane, as very gentle inputs, rather than what you do when you start rudder training. Do you know, it's like your CFI goes, right now, just to get so that you get used to the yaw motion, push the rudder, and of course what you don't see is him start to grab on for dear life, because he knows that the student pilot's going to absolutely ram their foot into the rudder, and the plane's going to woof and yaw really badly, violently, and then it's going to be my plane, because the student normally goes, oh my god. But yeah, I didn't. That was not my experience, but he did tell me that most use it very hard. A bit like when you're flying, you know, student pilots are very much death grip on the yoke, when really all you need is your forefinger and thumb, really, once you've trimmed it out. No, Brian, no. I'm sorry, mate. 28, 25 on the right, 25 on the right, so we are going down on the left now. So we should have plenty of fuel to get us where we're going. We've got 4 hours of fuel and 2 hours 23 flight, so we won't need to do the refuelage in the air. So as you know, I am having to refuel in the air on some of these journeys. Amelia had 1,151 gallons of fuel in her Electra. The Mooney M20 that flew the 2017 round the world 80th anniversary had a 3,003 mile range because it had 200 gallon extra tankage in its fuselage. So we're using that rule. So I'm not going to be using any more than 200 gallons on the journey. So I will obviously go 95. So I'll use 75 gallons, fill it up, do 75 gallons, and then fill it up to make sure that we're only at the 200. And that's as much as we will use. That should get us everywhere we need to go, though. Well, for the counterclockwise or clockwise, you can either flip a coin, Coltonish, or look at the wind directions for the time of year and see which ones are more favourable. Because obviously, if you've got the winter, you're gonna. It depends when you're going to do it. But then obviously you could have Scirocco winds and everything. Oh no, Draco, you haven't, have you? Dr. Notham, hey, welcome. Thanks for coming along. I hope you're well, mate. Good to see you again. Congratulations, Pilot PE. Well done. No, I didn't have an issue with rudder control either when I was flying and learning. But at the moment is it's just my USB turns off my rudder pedals, and if they turn off, I have no. Obviously, if it's not too windy, it's not too bad. But obviously, I've got to use keyboard and everything to brake, which isn't great. Especially when I'm using, yokes and rudder pedals. I mean, I've got Thrustmaster TPRs, and for the expense, they should work. I mean, they do work. I think there's a combination of I've put it in a powered hub, still does it. I have a sneaking suspicion it's my USB drivers on my motherboard. It was my Ethernet provider sending a modem reboot signal. Oh. No. Yeah, I'm doing very well, thank you. Very well. So having a good day, and I hope you are too. We are 3 hours 32 into our flight today. We've got 414 nautical to go till we get to Fort Lamy or N'Djamena in Chad. I see you below us, Dr. Nathan. Welcome along. It's me moving my head to look out the aircraft. I'm not in VR, am I? I see you joining us now, and then we've got quite a few of the Fireflies with us now. Still got the Thunderflies back there. So tomorrow, Two-Tone Murphy is going to be streaming the flight of the Bremen from Ireland all the way across the Atlantic. The Thunderflies are going to be doing an aerobatic air show in Microsoft Flight Simulator for the first time. I'm pretty sure this is a world first, and will be fantastic to see. And I can see them out there. We've got Skydive Man, HCBR, we've got Steve Solo. All the names are together. They're flying so close together these days. I think Erling Hundi's in there as well. So many of them. All the names bunched together because they're all flying in formation. Getting some practice in for tomorrow. I guess, Brian, yeah. It's still a good CPU you've got, but it's a bit long in the like mine was. We're flying along with the World Weather Preset Pro Blazing Sun. The reason we're doing that is back in 1937, the photos that I could find from GAO showed everybody in pith helmets early in the morning, which means it's already hot. and we're not there yet, but I can show you this one as well. That you can see the people again in white clothing and pith helmets, and you can see hardly any clouds in the sky. There's a few, I guess, but that's the aircraft after they landed at Fort Lamy. So blazing sun it is today. We've done a lot of desert flying the last couple of weeks. It has been pretty darn barren, that's for sure. Where are we going now? Where are we going? Which river are you? Degasagt. Oh, it's not a river, it's a bit of a lake. Would be a lake. Would be a river if it wasn't so arid. See where all the rivers have dried up. See where some of the photogrammetry hasn't quite lined up either. I wonder how much of this water will be here in 10 years' time. I don't know if my chat has stopped. Yeah, I think we do too, Captain Arash. It'll be good when we do get an update for Africa. I mean, it's one of those places, I mean, I haven't really flown very much here at all. I've done Egypt around the pyramids, some Tunisia with Colonel Falk. Done some South Africa with Murph. I've watched Captain Arash fly bits of Africa as well, but I've never flown over a lot of it myself. So this is a first for me, just like it would have been for Amelia. I know I'm not flying it really, but it's the first time I've flown over this area. Incredible again how flat it is. Okay, so under 400 miles to go. We are 25 and 26. So 1 gallon on the left and we can change to right. Everything's in the blue, green. Yeah, they've got a lot of updates. I mean, yeah, there's a lot of the world there. There's a lot of the world there, but you're right. There are some. Yeah, not a lot of focus on Africa, but hopefully 2020. 1403. Drop that down into. Just lean her out a bit. Welcome back, Brian. I mean, they've done a great job as it is. I mean, literally, we are passing over things, and I'm looking at a map, going, "Oh right, okay, that's that. That's that. That's that." So at least you can still pick it out, which you could never do before. But when you've seen the wonders they've done when they have done updates, like the UK. I mean, the UK still needs some work. Don't get me wrong. It's had a lot of love. Newcastle has tons of bridges along its river, and only one of them they decided to put into the photogrammetry, which is its most famous one. But we've got some, you know, got some old steam-powered swing bridges. We've got the Millennium Bridge, was, you know, there for the Millennium, which is a fantastic piece of art. It just looks like it's underwater. The high rail bridge is not there, just the Tyne Road Bridge, which, you know, was the prototype for the Sydney Harbour Bridge, and it was built by the same company. But it's like, it's missing. And so, yeah, you know, it's like the first time I flew in North America, I thought, oh, I'll go over Niagara Falls, and it wasn't very well done, and it was quite disappointing. But the fact that you could still fly there and see where it was, you could live with it. Yeah, I think so. It's pretty incredible. I mean, you see the vastness of it, though, right? I mean, it's like, you know, you flew over England yesterday, and you flew to my hometown, and you know, it doesn't take you very long to get from south to north. No, Siri, I won't try again. Oh, that bloody Siri! I tell you. She is going to get deactivated, or a book thrown at her. But I won't live. I mean, I said that Annalisa made me chortle the other day. I said I'd had an alley rage at someone, and she posted a picture of, I can't remember the character. It's a Disney character throwing a book in someone's face. I was like, oh my god, such a reputation. Tornado Alley, Jim calls me. She is both noisy and cheeky. She doesn't like it when you're cheeky back, though, does she? Lilo and Stitch, that's it. Yeah, it's not very far. Yeah, 2 and a bit hours on a train from London now to Newcastle Central. Did the person flying with you do their ILS okay? 25 and 25, changing to right. Yeah, ILS 25 is really nice and easy. If you ever want to be, you know, VFR but follow the ILS route, follow the river, get to Newcastle, follow the Tyne out to Tynemouth, fly up the coast until you're on the 250 course, turn in, and then you can follow it all the way down then. I wonder how Murphy's Head's doing. There was much sippage last night. Very generous amounts of sippage. Okay, Coltonish, great. Well, if you join us over on the Two Tone Murphy channel and post in the community live streams when you're going live, we can come along and watch. So obviously Two Tone Murphy's Discord, and you can join us and me and everyone else here over there. It's where we you know, see what people are doing and then follow what everyone else is doing as well. And the more people that would get flying, the better. And anyone's welcome to join in on my streams, you know, for all of it, for part of it, for none of it. Just having people along, following along as I do this little journey is fantastic. But my Bravo should be here Tuesday. Please be here Tuesday. Been waiting such a long time. So the story is, I ordered one a long time ago, and that's showing that we ordered it from Amazon in the UK because that's where Honeycomb said that you know, it's Honeycomb, Aerosoft, and one other. But you know, Amazon's pretty much where we get most of our stuff from, and they were doing pre-orders. So I pre-ordered it ages ago. One of our colleagues, Ailerons Into the Wind, ordered his in February 2020 from Amazon, and his still no sign or hair of it. And then we noticed that Honeycomb was selling some of them on their website, and we were like, well, why are you selling it when you've not given it to your resellers? And then I spotted that Aerosoft said that they were taking pre-orders for spring delivery, so I put an order in again. So I bought two Bravos, not got either one of them yet, but it shipped Thursday. Then I got billed for import duty because now we're not part of the customs union. Anything over £139 you have to pay for the import, so it was an extra 50 odd pounds, £51. And yeah, so woohoo, Brexit benefits. Sorry, I won't talk politics, but there are no benefits. It's all horrible. We can't go and live and work abroad. We can't just travel easily, and now buying and selling is difficult. Anyway, so they kept saying that the container had been stuck, the container had been delayed, and then it was like, aha, we expect to get yours around the 1st or 3rd of April, and then still didn't hear anything over the weekend. So I pinged them in mail saying, when are you going to ship this? And literally the moment I sent them an email, it was like, here's your invoice. So they were getting ready to ship, and then ship the next day. So should be here Tuesday, but I'm not counting my chickens until I've got it in my grubby little mitts. But yeah, I will love it. I absolutely will love it, because I've got I've got the Cytec ones, and I've had them for a good few years now. They're okay, but they're not very accurate, and they don't have all the functionality I need. You know, I've got an old, which you would love, Captain Arish. I don't know if you've seen this, but I've actually got an original Cytec Cessna branded trim wheel, which is USB, and you'd expect it to work. I can't get it to work for topping. If I plug it into X-Plane, works great. So I haven't really got a trim wheel, and even if you use the trim on the Alpha, it's still not quite the same as, you know, controlling the trim wheel with your hand like you do in real life. What are the emotes, Bort Panda? So I can get it working if I use SpadNext drivers, but I'm no longer. Yeah, but with the Bravo I won't need it. So, but it's nice. I mean, because of course it's like a real Bravo. It's like a real Cessna one. It's got the Cessna branding on it and everything. So, but it's good. It works in X-Plane, but I won't need it once I've got the Bravo. Counting chickens. Oh, okay. You're too clever for your boots, Bort Panda. Yeah, so it doesn't natively work. Well, I haven't tried it lately, to be honest, but you had to use SpadNext drivers to get it to work, which is a bit of a pain, really, and not really what you want to do. Yeah, the free chicken. Was that Dodo? Who knows? It's not showing me what it is. I can't mouse over it because I have a little arrow there. Yeah. I mean, I guess I was pretty lucky just before Christmas to get most of everything I wanted. It's just a little bit, you know, a little bit unlucky with the case going missing the first time and getting it one the second time. And then had a bit of luck in the new year with that 6800 XT that Laura spotted and bought for me. So I know I've had a bit of luck, that's for sure. Are they addressing that in the patch? Are they doing that in the patch? I'm going to say pitch all the time now, aren't I? The next update. Are they doing that in the next update? Because that, yeah, the 10 degrees bug's a pain. So even in the Mooney it does it, so it's 10 degrees there. The only way I can get it to do not 10 degrees is to click and hold the mouse. But then the trick is trying to catch it. So if you want like an 8, oh look at that, I've done it. And then you have to move it back to where you want it. But it's tricky getting it to where you want it to be. Oh, well, fingers crossed. Yeah, you were really lucky to get the 5900X. You know, ultimately, I'd like one. I'm happy with my 3700X at the moment. It'll do me until everything calms down a little bit, and hopefully they get a little bit more available. But I'm glad you got one, Brian. That's really good. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I totally get that. Yeah, because you're using OBS and everything, so. What did I hit? I hit something then. Let's have a look outside. Very, very, very deserty. A few more settlements out this side than we've seen for a while. Dotted about. $23 and $25. Yeah, I hate not having the accuracy, even using a mouse in the game. It is. Especially when you're doing VOR to VOR. Or even, you know, lining up a course select for your runways and everything. You know, obviously VOR navigation is not always on the money unless you're doing all of your triangulation all the time. But it's pretty cool. You're within, you know, you can be how many degrees out? I guess it depends on the magnetic drift. So 355 minutes to go, 355 miles to go, 1 hour 59 minutes. So less than 2 hours to go, guys. 3 hours 52 on the clock. Yeah, see, I don't have any autopilot to play with and I'm hoping to do a lot more VR. So actually having the things that you can press and fit the tactileness of it. You know, I love using I've pretty much learnt where all my controls are to do VR on my throttles as they are in my Bravo, sorry, my Alpha. So I'm hoping that I'll learn quickly where everything is on the Bravo, so when I'm doing my VR stuff. Bort Panda, can I be really, 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 really cheeky and ask for a cold drink, please? Because I think Laura must have put the heating on because it's absolutely roasting up here. I've got my windows open and everything. Thank you. Absolutely, Brian. I should be. No, they're not runways. I think that's probably photogrammetry gone wrong. I think that's probably satellite passes, probably, right? They're not there on Google Maps. Schmeggy, hey, welcome. This is the Mooney M20R Ovation by Caronado. The livery I'm sporting is specially designed for this series of streams. Take care, Dr. No Thumb. Lovely to see you, and thanks for flying with us. And have a great rest of your day. And it's I'm using a livery that was designed by Gibbo Ireland, especially for this, and it's based on the original Electra 10E fuselage. So the original fuselage looked a bit like this. So it was an all aluminium body framed fuselage aircraft with an aluminium skin, and it had red highlights on the leading edges and between the two twin rudders. So this one has got you can see here we've got its all aluminium cover, and then we've got red leading edges on the wings and stabilizers, and the livery is free to download over on tudomurphy.com. And my bot's playing up again. Oh, my bot. You are a naughty bot. You say you're active, and then you're naughty, and you go inactive. You are very naughty. Bot slaps coming up. There we go. That bot needs a boot. It absolutely does. Are they rows of trees, are they? Very precise. Trees. $25 and $22, 2 gallons on the right to turn left. How cool. Almost feel like I'm in Africa with this heat in this bedroom. Jesus. My other half feels the cold. And I don't. It's always like the Sahara Desert in our room. Oh, I beg your pardon. Thank you, Brian. Yeah, so the music is provided by Epidemic Sound under license, so that we keep nice and free of any DMCA. I just went along and picked some stuff that was Africa, Sahara, desert, listened to them, see if I liked them, and then thought I'd put them in. You know, as we get to Saudi, we'll have more Arabic type music, and then we'll, as we get through India music, through Indonesia, might have to get some didgeridoos and stuff for Darwin while we're down there, but we're not in Australia very long. We literally fly into Darwin and then out from Darwin. Steve, it's the Mooney M20R Ovation. The reason I'm flying this aircraft is it was flown by Brian Lloyd in the 80th anniversary of the Amelia Earhart flight, and it was updated so it had a 200-gallon capacity with extra tanks in the fuselage, so it could have a range of 3,003 miles. the speed was relatively similar to that of the Electra 10E Special. So, you know, doing around 150 is what Amelia's Electra would do in most of her diary notes. Majesty, thank you so much. Have a great rest of your day, and hope to see you either later on tonight on Colonel Fork stream or tomorrow with Murphy. Take care. No, you're welcome, Steve. The Electra's not in game, so I picked something that had done this flight before, so that I could try and do it and give it a relatively good attempt based on fact. So we're trying to do it as much to real time, real world weather, where I can find it. Not all of her diaries say how bad or how good the weather was. But where they do, we will change the weather for that. Take care, Magic. But we, this morning we had 16,574 miles to go out of 28,800. So we've got many, many legs ahead of us. And some monsters. So 12 and 15 hour flights ahead of us. This one's quite a short one, it's only about 5 hours or so, nearly 6. We've been doing sort of 8, 9 or 10 recently. And we're flying the skirting border between Niger and Nigeria, heading towards Chad, which is about 1 hour, 51 minutes away. I'm trying not to go out of the aircraft too much, just in case I bring on the gods of a CTD. And just need to wobble my plane just to make sure my rudder pedals don't go to sleep. Last week we got to airport approach, and no rudders, no pedals. They'd all gone to sleep and wouldn't wake up, and I couldn't dare risk unplugging them, plugging them back in again, because Flight Sim tends to crash if you plug in USB devices. I'm hoping they fix that soon, because it's so annoying. You can plug a phone in and it will crash. And I'm joined by the Fireflies and the Thunderflies. Here comes Warhamster, zooming up below me. Tomorrow from 8 o'clock UK time, Two-Tone Murphy is going to be streaming the flight of the Bremen from Ireland all the way across the Atlantic to Greenlee Island. It's going to take about 12 hours, and the Thunderflies are going to be doing what I think is a world first air display air show in game. So that's going to be something worth watching tomorrow. So we've got Torhaki, Tarnish, Warhamster, Scorpio, Bowtip, Draco, oh, Viper Strike, Druid Zeus. Can't quite see who's behind. Probably got Dangerous Brian out on the right, Captain Arash, Mizoni Clark, hey welcome, Winterbrand, Kazaki Flyer. So we've got quite a few people flying along today. I do. Brian, I have a USB on the front. Hey Diesel John, how are you doing? Great to see you, thanks for popping in. How's your day going? I hope it's going well. On my front I've got 2 USB 3 and 1 USB-C. But then I've got a 10-port USB-C powered hub on my desk. As well as, I think, 10 USB ports on the back of my computer. Hey Scorpio! Yeah. Oh, and there's Warhammy. Oh. Good to hear. So warm. So warm. No. No. So technically, Captain Arash, the flight today took place on the 11th of June 2020, 1937. So I don't know why this keeps changing. It could be, but I don't have a lot plugged into that. Oh, my controls are actually plugged into my computer. Even my hub, my feet. But yeah, I know it's hard, right? So June the 11th, 1937 is when this flight took place. So I'm trying to set the sim date as near as I can, Captain Arash. So my next flight is next Saturday. So I'm going to be doing them every week until we finish. So next week we fly from Fort Lamy in Chad to El Fasher. It's not a very long flight next week, but we've got a couple of shortish ones. When I say it's not very long, it's several hundred miles. And then from Al Fasher, it's to Khartoum. Oh, so yeah, that's probably on the stream profile. Yeah. So I put sim date and time just to indicate what date and time I've picked in the sim. So June 2021. So 11th of June 2021, because then the sim sort of simulates star positions and weather to a degree, so it wouldn't have snow or -5 Celsius and things like that. Yeah, so if I put March in it, because I'm here, it would probably do something crazy to the weather. Yeah, I do have I might do that, Brian. Just a little wobble, just to make sure I'm doing okay. I might do just that. I'm not going to say too much today, because this hasn't been too bad lately. 25 and 20, so change to left tank. We are still all on the numbers, which is nice. We've got plenty of time, plenty of fuel to get where we're going. 1 hour 44 to go, 311 miles. Yeah. It's just so I try and sort of give a lot of information about what's the sim time, what weather we're going to be using, what height, altitude, how long it's going to take. So because we do such long flights, I try to give people a bit of advance warning, because if they want to take part, then they know it's a long one or it's a short one, and as well as providing the maps, it's nice to know because I'm trying to do it to the weather and dates and times. So, like when we were in Tucson, we took off in a sandstorm because she took off in a sandstorm. And that was really cool. That was fabulous. So, you know. Well, it's shorter than some of the ones we've done recently, Brian, but yeah. So we have got a few shorter ones coming up, that's for sure. So, So the next one's 700 miles. So Ndjima, or Fort Lamy to El Fasher, is only 700 miles. El Fasher to Khartoum is 501 miles. Khartoum to Massawa is 450. And then we've got Massawa to Assab, which is only 300. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 flights to go, and then the 5th one is 1,600 nautical miles, roughly. And that will take us around about 13 hours. Then it's followed by a 1,390, then several 300s, then 1,000. The big one of 2,556 is some while away yet. Then that's followed by a 1,900 mile one, and finally a 2,410 one. So we have plenty of miles to go on this journey. Catbat, hello. Welcome, you legend. Oh, you're not, are you? Oh. Make sure you post on the forums or on Twitter, because Jane was looking at that. You know, the community manager, Jane. She was asking people to give information about what happened, what they were doing when they got that message. Lots and lots of people were posting about that yesterday, and that looks really nasty. So Scorpio, I did not take the direct route today, and the reason I didn't take a direct today is literally because her diary said that when she left Gao, they headed southeast to fly over Lamy, which is where they were meant to have flown to from Dhaka. But she didn't get there because the weather was really poor, so they flew to Gao instead. So she didn't actually fly direct to Fort Lamy either. She flew down to N'Djamena. She flew over, and all of the officials at Niamey were actually waiting. They were expecting her to land, and as she flew over, she just carried on flying by, and carried on to Fort Lamy, which is now N'Djamena in Chad. So yes, absolutely, I did not take it because I took the route she did. Not all of her routes are direct. You'll see that when we get to the Arabian Peninsula one, a lot of people will say that they'll do the Grand Circle navigation from point A to point B. She didn't fly point A to point B, and there were several reasons for that. One, she flew over Aden because it was British territory at that time, and then she flew along the coast because Amelia, whilst she got begrudging permission from the Arabian government to cross over their lands, they didn't really welcome it. So she flew along the coast pretty much. The wind blew them in a little bit from time to time, but pretty much they took the long route around to Karachi. So we will do that too. Now, is my route as accurate as hers? No, because where she says that she flies over, I've mapped. So there's, you know, as she comes past it, she says, and then we went to Gawada. Now, so I've done a straight line to Gawada from where the end of Oman is today. So I think it's as accurate as possible. Where I don't know any different, it's straight line. Yes. Yep. I have all of the places that she flew to. I have all of the airports she flew to, but some of them are no longer in existence. So we have to land. So when we went to Venezuela, she landed in an airport in a jungle clearing in Carapito in Venezuela, but there is no airport now at Carapito. So we landed at Maturan, which is the next town over. So it's not exactly as accurate, but there was nowhere to put it down either. So we need to land where we need to land. Several airports are no longer open or have closed, or they're now military airports. So if we're there, we'll land at them, but they will obviously be a lot bigger than they were back in the day. And I've got newspaper cuttings that I've gone and dug out. I've researched. I've obviously read loads of books, loads of websites and everything. You're welcome, Scorpio. So, you know, as much as possible, I'm trying to do it as much as she did. It's real time. I know we're using a bit of autopilot, but she also used an autopilot. She used the Sperry Auto Gyro Pilot, which did a lot of the flying for her, which meant that it was a lot easier as a solo flyer doing these massive legs that she used to do. So I am landing on the same predicted runway. So I think, did I say 05 or something? I can't remember what I wrote now. What my runway prediction was going to be at Njama. 05, yeah, we're going to go in 05. So if those of you who don't like visual landings, I believe that one does have an ILS in these days, but obviously we're not going to do any of that. We're actually going to sort of follow the river that follow it. So there's a river that it literally follows the border between Cameroon and Chad, and so we'll follow that down a bit and then into the runway. So runway 05 expecting. Jefferson, hello. How are you doing? Yes, you have. You've caught us live. We are 4 hours 15 minutes into our flight. We've got 1 hour 36 to go. So we're pretty much on the money at 5 hours 51. 287.4 nautical miles to go. And we are accompanied by the Fireflies, some of the Thunderflies. We've got quite a few people flying along. We're using Weather Preset Pro, so there was nothing in her diaries of today to say that they had bad weather or anything. So the pictures that we had for the flight had people wearing pith helmets and white clothing. This is before they left at 7 o'clock in the morning, so that would indicate the weather was going to be really hot. And then when they arrived at Fort Lamy, people are still wearing whites and pith helmets. So again, sun protection and shade and cooling clothing would suggest it's really hot, and you can't really see any clouds in the pictures. So there might be some off onto the where the mountains are off to the right of that picture, but there was nothing in her. I couldn't find anything in historical weather or anything in her diaries to suggest that I mean, she normally mentions fluffy clouds and things like that when she's flying past them, and there are none in her diary entries for this particular leg of the flight. The plane, boss, the plane. God, that was a show and a half, wasn't it? All those years ago. Fantasy Island. I see that they turned it into a horror film. It's like that's I know it was pretty dark and sinister, but it was never a horror. Oh God, what was his name? He was in not Living, Man with a Golden Gun. Yeah, the little man. We're gonna listen to now. Greenery. Yeah, pretty much, Captain Arash, yeah. The border of Nigeria, which is a little bit less deserty than Niger, Mali. Oof, Viper strike. I must have slowed down in the sim. $23 and 20, 3 gallons, still change tank. Everything's all in the green. Still all a little bit low on the RPM. Just nudge that up a bit. And then I can nudge that down. Oh, we're still a little bit high on that. So let's just Yeah, you can almost start seeing the greenery pull in, can't you? There's a Warhammy. Now we're starting to see quite a lot of difference in ground. You know, you can all see like the desert tendrils trying to grasp at the green, can't you? As we look to behind us. Don't worry, Hammy. I've got to fly the King Air yet. I was considering flying the King Air, and then it's like, do you know what? I'm just going to do the TBM. That one I know how to fly. Scenes that you get to see though, it's incredible just how, I mean, it's been pretty brown for ages, but yeah, I'm quite good with the G3000, so quite familiar with that. Just gently, 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 rudder, 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 thank you. Yeah, so, yeah, I'm going to go TBM, I think. Well, yeah, I don't know either, really, Winter Brown. I mean, isn't it? I didn't do enough geography to really understand desertization. I guess proximity to better amounts of water means more green. But it's pretty cool. Oh, look at that as a satellite line if I ever saw one. Or just being quiet as I look around, because I've never seen this. I've not flown any of this route before, so I'm getting to see it like Amelia did for the first time. Always straight ahead. Yeah, no, I'm just cheating. Sperry's doing the flying at the moment. Good old Sperry. Although it looks a little bit less greeny as we go forward. So 22.20, 2 gallons till change tank. Oh, I see. Yeah, ignore the stitching. Ignore the stitching. Straight ahead. Nothing to see here. Nothing to see. Very well said, Brian. Amazing stuff they've done, isn't it? I am so looking forward to the air show tomorrow, though. Really looking forward to that. Once they get particulates in the game, it's going to be even better. And then the guys can have smoke displays and everything. That's going to be something. But Captain Arash, you're absolutely right. They need to do some apricot because there's some very poor photogrammetry out here. Do you? I mean, I've got photogrammetry turned on. I guess it could be level of detail. I made sure I had everything turned on. I have been fiddling, so my settings might not be quite the same as they used to be. I've been trying everything Draco to try and do stuff. Yeah, absolutely. Because you know, crank that old engine and see it all go. I'm not going to fiddle. Don't you worry. I'm not fiddling now. After 4 hours, 28 minutes. No. Yeah, start the old Cessna and see all that dirt come out. Sorry, Greta. Well, I guess it's like, oh, you're not on the internet, so we're going to revert you to local, which is not Bing data, right? My bot's probably not working super fast. It keeps going to sleep. Let's wake him up. There's something wrong with him. He's not responding very well. Yeah, he's misbehaved. He's putting some odd characters in that he shouldn't be. It's really annoying because I set all this up midweek. it's all super early, ready to go. I had all my pictures. There's not many. Had all the route done. Yeah, so Draco and I have been having, we've both been having a bit of a, so has Colonel Falk, but I think his has calmed down now. But we were having a whole load of aggro. So after my stream tonight, Colonel Falk will be picking up for his Thursday stream, which was sadly... Oh, I'm sorry, Colonel. I don't mean to. Diesel John, take care. Thank you so much for popping in and catching us a bit of our flight. Really appreciate it. You take care and we'll see you soon. But Colonel Falk will be streaming this evening over on Twitch TV. So make sure, if you've not followed Colonel Falk, most of us have, but give him a follow and come watch tonight. I will Bot Panda, shush. I'm hoping to join you there. We are landing close to Lake Chad. As you say, it's I was going to talk about Lake Chad when we got there, but you beat me to it. So yeah, Lake Chad, important source of water for 4 countries, has shrunk by 95% between 63 and 98. Yeah. What we could do is actually take a little bit of a detour and go and have a look, but she didn't, so I might not do that. But another day might come back and fly over it. It's no problem at all. You wouldn't know, you've not got my little script. In Sim, am on live time. Yeah, I'm not running live time because I picked the time she flew, to try and keep it to time, really. So it's 12:23, and what time did they arrive? About 1400. So that's going to be about right. Oh, Draco, I am running WPP Blazing Sun. And my date is the 11th of June 2021. WPP Blazing Sun. So, I found some notes from Fred. We don't actually get a lot from Fred. But he wrote, from a navigational aspect, our flights over the desert were much more difficult than over water. Subsequently, he wrote home when he got to Massawa. That was because the maps of the country are very inaccurate, consequently extremely misleading. At no point... at points, no dependence at all could be placed on any of them. Recognisable landmarks are few and far between, one part of the desert being very much like another, as 2 peas in a pod. However, we were lucky, always reaching our objectives. Note the word lucky. However, I don't think we wandered off course for more than half an hour, although at times when I wouldn't have bet a nickel on the accuracy of our zoom position. And that was received at home by his wife about a month after they departed Oakland. So basically, they had trouble navigating this journey. Fred was celestial navigation only. Muniz, who was the original navigator who left after the crash at Ford Field in Hawaii, didn't join the rest of the flight. He was much more well qualified as a cartographer and celestial navigation. Plus, he knew Morse code, so they could have used Morse code to transmit their position. Had much wider. It was much more widely used at that time than the ultra high frequency radio telephony that they chose to use. Yeah, no landmarks, pretty much just mapping direction using dead reckoning, not DEAD, DED reckoning, for deductive reckoning, which is a way that you triangulate your position based on time, speed, height. Much easier to do with VORs than it is to do with nothing. and much easier to do if you've got some visual reference points to aim at. All they knew was we're aiming this degree by compass. Boom, set Sperry on the way, and off we go. I'm going to do some. It's going to take me a while to do it, and I might not get a chance for the next few weeks. But I'm going to start working on a series of videos for us all, just to do basic VOR to VOR navigation, how to triangulate a course without super mathematics, and how to work out your position between two bearings and things like that. So I'm probably going to do about 3 or 4 videos on just how to get to and from, how to navigate between, and how to find out how close you are to somewhere without using GPS or anything like that. And we'll actually use little nav map, and we'll turn off the aircraft in little nav map. Yeah, boy QB, welcome back. We have 227 nautical to go. We've got about an hour and 16 ETE. So about 1.25 hours to go. Change tanks. Wobble, wobble. Great, welcome to have you along. Enjoy your flight in VR. I love VR. I might do some immerse in VR tomorrow. I might do that in VR. That might be a crack. See how long I can fly. Seems a lot of my problems are from the Russian blue fat cat using my Cat 5. Oh dear. 50 puncture holes on a cable. He thinks he's a rabbit. He's now called a cabbit. Marlin had a very chewy rabbit. No, that'll just encourage it, Brian. It will like, oh, I'll hunt that out. I'll hunt out some more Cat 5. Yeah, what got that? Oh, Viper Strike, if you're listening, go Reds. 6 out of 7, 6 wins on the trot. Oof. It was a closer game last night. It was a walk-off. But walk-off in the 10th. Oh, let's ask, shall we? Okay, guys. If you're flying along with me now, can you put 2? I'm going to use Murphs because AE was hard. Can you put a 2 in chat now, please? And we'll see how many of us are flying along. Bort Panda, can you do the counting? Can you be my Kian? Unless there's not that many. I know there's more than 7. Yeah, we got quite a few people behind us. Tarnish, Draco, Viper Strike, Winterband, Kazaki Flyer, Boatit, Captain Jet Lyle's in now, Scorpio, Dangerous Brian, Captain Arash. Yeah, so... So quite a few now. Okay, look forward to seeing you. I will occasionally pop out. I mean, I'm just dreading any CTDs at this point. 9. That's all right. We've got 9 people. 9 people flying across Africa on leg 13. Oh. That'll be a follow, I think. General Gaudelis, welcome. Thank you for the follow. And welcome to the stream. Oh, Draco, really? Oh, crikey. Wow, 12 hours. Yeah, I mean, we've done 10 hours, 28. And then I can do 30 minutes and it crashes on me. So we've got captains, a colonel, and a general. Yeah. We have a gamma flying with us, but it's just so weird. Some people never have any problems and other people seem to have them all. Welcome, welcome. Thank you for joining us. You catch us as we're flying towards what was Fort Lamy in Chad, which is now Ndjamena, the capital of Chad. Got about 212 miles to go, 1 hour 11. We're on the North Europe server, and we are about 10 of us flying across the desert. A captain, a colonel, a general during the stream. Yeah. It's a bit like tomorrow, 2 Germans and an Irishman get into a plane. Yes, and a marshal. Yeah, the Lego roller coaster got a whack the other day from Laura. I think Marlene has bumped the cat. Or Bort Panda has bumped the cat. She doesn't come up into my room, so she's been quite safe. But I have whacked the door after disorientating myself. I think I was facing towards the inner part of the room, and I turned, rolled myself around, and just smacked my control on the door. But it's fine. The door's fine, and the controller's fine. But you get so into it. The floof was not amused. No, she wasn't, was she? Oh. So I honestly couldn't play a horror. I think I would just die. I'm not very good with jump scares. Guys, I'm not very good when people follow or subscribe or stuff. That makes me jump. Because I haven't got it working with my bot properly yet, General Gadelis. So my bot is misbehaving, and I tried to do requests this week and it's not working, and most of my commands are not working. So I wonder if the take a break will work. Yeah, it's working, but it's not doing what I want it to. But I tried to put some requests in. So we're using music by Epidemic Sounds, and I have created a playlist for Africa and Brazil and India and Arabia. And I'm hoping people can put requests in so it just plays it, but it's not doing it at the moment, so apologies. Don't beat Saber or pistol whip near the floofs, no. Probably not. Alien Isolation will probably be a killer, right? Woof. Oh, sorry, that was me being a bit heavy. Oh, poor Bunny. Is Bunny okay? Oh, yeah, I know, but it's like, oh, Bunny. So we're just under 200 miles, Super Typhon. You're right on the money. So we're just less than 200 miles to go now. 1 hour and 7 minutes. I shall probably get my G2 out tonight as well and do some flying with Colonel Fork. Yeah, it must be crazy, right? I managed to snaffle a new VR cover for my G2. It's got a slightly wider field of view, but I haven't tried it out, so I might try it out tonight. It's much, much thinner. So 1 hour and 5 minutes. Everything's still in the. Everything's good. 220. Cylinder heats, engine temperature, oil pressure, and oil temperatures are all in the green. Oh, do you know what? This really does fly high on the oil pressure. Oh, 90 degrees pitch down. Spin training. God, the first time you actually do a stall and a spin. Oh. Your tummy don't half drop. Oh, Captain Arash. Oh no. Are you okay? were you flying on one side? Because all your fuel was in one wing. Very true, your boy. That would be definitely nasty. It does not do it in a graceful way, does it? This is Captain Arash flying, like. Well, it's not that rookie. I mean, if you're flying a Cessna all the time, you don't have to worry about this stuff. Yeah? Cessna's all gravity driven. None of this pushing fuel into the engines from each wing. No. They've got a padded face bit. She's got the whatever came with the Oculus out of the box. We've all done it though, when you've flown a semi-complex aircraft that's not got gravity-assisted fuel. I forgot to do the other one. I have changed, by the way. I'm 2 gallons to the right to change to left. Let's have a chat off stream, Dangerous Brian, and I'll have a chat. Because I've got mine, so I've got this new one, and so this is the new G2 one. I haven't fitted it yet, but it's got a nose piece which is really good, but it's actually really thin, so makes you look like Batman. Like Batman. But it's a little bit easier to wipe down, especially when you're prancing around in the headset, right? Oof. Yeah. Yeah, it's... If you're not familiar with it, and I wasn't familiar... I mean, I did fly a Piper. But it was Cessnas all the way for me, normally. The Piper was not normally one they trained in. but having to change it all the time was quite weird. And the other thing in the old Piper, you've got the old reach down and pull the scaffold pole up to pull your flaps. It's all a little bit sort of rudimentary. When you've got a Cessna, you can just press a little button and it electrically moves. But I guess in the Piper, if there's no electrics, at least you can pull your flaps up, right? But yeah, the manual flap handle, yeah. I call it a scaffold pole. Looks like a manhole cover. Yeah, pretty much. And a lot of people don't realise it sinks if it sinks really badly if you power down. You know, you come over the threshold, and like in a Cessna where you can float quite a bit. In the old Piper, no. If you try to do that, you'll come down. I've got to get the reserve tank in the Corsair and the Solomon with Jay Winnicker. I finished it in the water. Oh no. I do notice in the Mooney, I've got it in my, I don't quite hit it on the numbers when I'm streaming because we're talking and I forget. But I should really have a timer going. But I'm much better at remembering than I used to be a long time ago. Oh no. Yep. So, hence why I love the Mooney. I know it's got a GNS in it, but it's steam gauge. So, and if I fly a 172 in sim, it's always the steam gauge version. I have to put up with it in the 182, but I am hoping that at some point Caronado will put a 6-pack in it. Sort of greeny sand now, right? So we've still got people flying: Winterbrand, Tarnish, Captain Arash, who's caught us up with his fuels, Scorpio, Dangerous Brian, Draco, Botip, Druid, Pete in the Skies, Captain Jack Lyle, Viper Strike's just ahead of me. The PA-28 is very good. Oh no, really? Turned on the aux pump. I don't know. Is there any crossfeed? I don't know if there is there? The cruise speed's around 150, your boy. Yeah, just about 150. Ground speed's 178. So I try to keep it around 150 because that's what the Electra used to do. When Kelly Johnson worked out all the altitudes and routes and speeds and everything, he worked out that 8,000 at 150 was the best way to go. Yeah, I didn't think that there was a crossfeed. $1 gallon till change tanks. 58 minutes 37 left. Yeah, eco mode, definitely. But we're trying to eke out as much fuel as we can on our journey. So everything's all good in the green and everything. I'm just gonna... SJ Fly, hey, how are you doing? Good afternoon, good morning, good evening. How are you doing? Hope you're having a great day. I guess that's a mistake that will teach them not to, right? But it's like, the first time I ever flew the Mooney, it was like, why am I listing? Why can't I fly straight? Why do I always... And then I realised that I'd done exactly the same. So, you're not alone, you won't be the first, won't be the last. There's Big Tone 66 ahead of us. $168.8 miles to go. So a bit of information on the airport where we're going to. So 968 feet elevation. Two main runways, 05 and 23. Because we're not really using real world weather, I'm not going to worry about that too much. So I'm going to arrive runway 05 straight. Well, when I say straight in, I'm taking a slight run along the Chari River, which will bring us into the runway quite nicely. The Chari River runs to the east of a national park, Kalamalu National Park, in Cameroon. So as we get to where Negri is, we'll start coming down. Doing a bit of prep, making sure I know where we're going, get my map centered. Oh, wow! First female jockey, hey! Wow, history made today. Well done, Rachel Blackmore. Well, we wouldn't have lost a lot of money on that. So, thank you, Rachel. You have saved us the day. But brilliant for her. Yeah, green dots, green dots. That'll be us. Obviously not quite as many at the Fly with Colonel or Two-Tone, but we've got enough dots to see us. Or FTTGA is probably it's our location. It's 53 minutes away, 159 miles. So 15 on the right, change to left hank. Everything's all good here. Two hours 40 range of fuel left with 53 minutes to go, so plenty. 10 minutes in a spit, yeah. But yeah, Draco, you're absolutely right. It has a whole moving tail section. Yeah, so it's not for for the trim, the whole back of the plane moves, but then you have to manually change tanks. Oh, nice. Well, I'm really pleased for her. I'm really pleased for her. I mean, people said she had a chance, but... Yes, Brian, so it's Weather Preset Pro by SoFly. It's really cheap, though, for an add-on of its quality. And it comes with a whole load of different weathers. So if I bring this up here, you'll see these are the standards, but then you've got Arctic Chill, Autumn Sun, Big and Bold, Breezy, Blizzard, building storms, cool, calm, coastal waters, cool and dense, disc fog, desert conditions, drizzly, freezing, grey and dull, heavy rain, hurricanes, humids, jet streams for if you want to do, you know, airline flights and want to fly in the jet stream, light fog, low clouds, misties, da 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 da, and then keep going. Down the bottom, they've created a whole load to support the UK, and you can get it through Orbex, and it's something like £8, isn't it? I think it's something like £8. That was me deliberately being naughty. Yeah, it's not very much at all. So for, you know, for me, I love it. And if you really want, you know, so you can get some stunning pictures with it. And for my trip, it's already proved worth its money in gold because, oh, a follow. I'm not going to be able to say that without wrapping my teeth around it. You know, we had the sandstorms and things like that, which allowed us to simulate the takeoff. The ones that they're not mainly rainfall. There are lots of rain clouds there. Thank you for the follow. It's not come up my stream is running really, my chat is running really slow, but someone has just followed. I will say your name when it pops up, but thank you so much. It's brilliant, Brian. It's called Weather Preset Pro by SoFly. Hey Johnny, how you doing? Good to see you again. So yeah, it's got UK autumn, frosty winter morning, Indian summer, light snow, storm Christoph. I bet that's fun. Summer storms, typical English day, spring day, summer day, frosty, and then you go out of the UK and you've got wildfire and zero visibilities. So for like £8, $7 or whatever it is, bargain. Oh my word, how am I going to spell your name? Aditya Trivedi, 18. Hello. Very well, thank you. 5 hours into my flight. And we've got about 49 minutes to go, 147 miles. Until we get to what was Fort Lamy, which is now Endajama. Still probably saying that wrong. It's Shappa, hey. It's Happa. Hello, thank you for the follow and welcome to our little stream. Yeah, your boy, it's probably all of them all at once, right? Oh, there's another follow. Oh, the sad name. Badsack76, thank you very much for your follow and welcome along. I hope you're enjoying your Saturday. Yeah, it's very cloudy up here in the Toon. There are some breaks, but it's lots of cloud by the looks of it. Yeah, typical English day. Rainy, sunny, overcast, snow, hail, thunder, lightning, wind, tornadoes. Someone said, I've just downloaded an updated on, and now my digital instrument panels are like, ooh, I've never had that, but some other people have. Oh, do you have any add-ons? So if you've updated Microsoft Flight Simulator, one of the first things to do is make sure to clean out your community folder and then start adding things back in. Does it still work? Does it not work? Welcome. No worries. Yeah, Captain Arash is out here. It's flying at the back there. Yeah, the Great Green Wall, the border between the desert and the Sahara. It is possible with the controller, but it's not as easy. No, definitely not as easy. There are, you know, lots of people fly with HOTAS. I fly with a yoke thrust. Of course, it does my thrust, but my throttle quadrant and my rudder pedals. You don't need a HOTAS, but it depends what you like flying. So if you want to fly the, you know, like the Spits and the jets and things like that, then a HOTAS is pretty good. because, and even if you're flying a commercial jet these days, most of the A320 is a stick. So it depends really what you want. Aditya. Aditya. I overtook as Baron, sliding out to the left and punching in, turning nav back mode. Yeah, it's like when the server when the server catches up and someone suddenly zooms left across your screen when they're not actually doing any formation flying or anything. It's always catches me out. B Mint is in the house. Hey B Mint, how are you doing? Welcome. Welcome to joining us on our little journey of 968 miles from Gao in Mali to what was Fort Lamy in Chad, which is now Ndjamena. Yeah, it's a little flight. This is a baby flight. The last several have been over 1,000, so this is a baby one. And welcome B Mint. B Mint is a great streamer that streams regularly on Microsoft Flight Simulator. My bot's not working very well, B Mint, so let's hope that my shout out works. Because it was playing up a... Bots, be nice. Be nice, bot. Be nice. It's not doing it. But B Mint has taken on the Microsoft Flight Stream sim and everything, so go and take her out because she's another lady streamer. We need more lady aviators in the game. And she's been there long before me, but still. Yeah, my bot is being very naughty. Yeah, I'm sure people do, but just in case.
S15, wait. Right, so 33 is...
If you haven't followed B Mint, go and follow her. She's normally streaming when I'm at work in the afternoon, so I do try and catch her when she's streaming, but I watch from work in quiet. I follow Captain Rash in the morning. Sometimes I get Fabio, and then I've got B Mint. We've got a Gikna. Have we got a Gikna? I don't see one. It's Happer. So, it's a good question. Because I've changed my flight plan, so I've got a local one at the moment. Just give me a moment and I'll tell you. Do my hard yards counting. $32. Other memorial flights. So I'm again trying to do everything she did. So when we get down to Indonesia, there's a couple of legs where she flew out and flew back, flew out and flew back. So she got ill, and then the plane broke down, and then she got ill, and the plane broke down. So they kept returning between Bandoeng and Sarabia several times. We will do that because that's what she did. Obviously, she never landed at Howland Island, but we will land there. We've got a special scenery made for us by Jeppesen 2001, which will have the Earhart light, which was put there back in 1939, and it's going to be. Yes, it's no, we're not going to get ill, but you can get the scenery download over on Tuto Murphy's Discord in my live stream channel. I've pinned it there, so you can download it, and it will add a waypoint into a point of interest into Microsoft Flight Simulator of Howland Island. It has the Earhart light. It has the U.S. Maritime Reserve board on the beach, and it's got my little signature on the back of the board, Alicats 2021. So Well, Cessnas fall over in high winds. Yeah. Too bad a crosswind and it'll be dreadful. Well, they're not designed for it. Oh, I'm glad you're not getting that message, Catbat. That's really good. "41 minutes ETE. 2 gallons on left till change tanks. Everything's in the green." Oh, cranky. Domalicious, thank you for the follow. Thank you very much. Oh no, you've lost all your hours. Oh my word. Catbat literally lives in Microsoft Flight Sim. And if he's not flying, he's asleep. And he's done so many hours. Oh, I can't believe that. Oh, that's dreadful. It may have been, yeah. But she chose to not do that one. Yeah, she went to Darwin. I mean, given that it was meant to be an equatorially girding route, not a lot of it was done by the equator. I mean, we're quite above the equator here. And we don't get to it again until we get down. And then we cross it back again on our way to Karachi. So we've been north of the equator for a while now. Oh, still not good though, is it, Catbat? And if you do have a Mooney in game, and you want an Electra-inspired livery designed by our very own Gibbo Ireland, you can download the livery over on 210murphy.com and get it for free. Mr. Bot, you and I really are going to fall out. Oh. Spins321, welcome to the stream. But we need to talk, yeah. We need to have a chat. You are messing me about. So all my shout outs to everyone, all not working. Oh, Bass023, thank you for the follow and welcome to our flights. Yeah, it's been really interesting doing the flights. You know, we're on our 13th leg. Got many to go yet. So we've got, as of this morning, we had 16,574 miles to go. We're on the North Europe server, yeah. We've got 114 miles to go, about 38 minutes. Currently 8,000 feet, sort of bordering between Nigeria and Cameroon, and on our way to Chad. Oh, must remember to... Oh no, you buggers. You know what's turned off, don't you guys? Look at that rudderage kickage. I've got no rudders again. Can't believe it. Right, well, when we come into land, it's going to be no rudderage and no brakes. Hold on to your hats, guys. Oh, would you believe if I unplug it, it will kill my sim? It kills my war hamster. Yeah, but it does it on your power USB, my powered USB 2, Brian. So these are, would you believe, these are the Thrustmaster TPRs, so they're not cheap. And I have it plugged directly into a USB 2 port like they told me to when I reported it. They need to fix it because they're 400 quid's worth of rudder pedals. I'm just going to try something, guys. Give me a moment. Yeah, it's not that they're failing. It's the USB turns off. Yeah, I know. I'm just going to save. Yeah, but that's not the problem, Brian. It's plugging the USB connect and disconnect that causes the sim to crash. But it's not the rudders. I think I've got a conflict. No, so Windows can turn them off. So the other thing I've got to try now is a BIOS setting. They've recommended me try something in the BIOS because I've got the latest chipset drivers, the latest BIOSes, everything. And oh, there's Yeet. I don't really want to turn them off. Where am I? Where's the nearest airport if anything goes wrong? DNMA. So if anything goes wrong, I could just load back in at DNMA. Quick fixage. Let's have a go. If you see me stop. Got it back. So I now know what it is. I think because I need to bolt these to the floor basically. I think it's gone back and it's just pulled the cable out slightly. So I just literally touched it and it bingled. So I didn't unplug it at all, but looks like we have movement. Hallelujah! Hallelujah! Bloody hell, that was a bit dangerous, wasn't it? Oh, my heart is like, what's my heart rate doing? Come on. Lots. It's like, oh, please don't crash on me now. Live fixage. Don't know if the brakes are working there. Let's have a look. Yay, they're working. Alright, 15 and 15. Change to right tank now. Okay, so just make sure I've got everything still on, because I did hear something disconnect. What my light's doing. Yeah. I do Puede in, yeah. But so I have a Gigabyte Oros X570 Ultra, and my G2 will work if it's plugged into the powered USB hub. Whew. You have to be 10% smarter than the equipment you operate. Yeah, Jesus. So, what are we doing here? Just checking everything's all engaged. I heard something click off. Alright, so Draco, it's probably because we crossed the server line again. Oh yeah, you're miles ahead. Look, green fields, guys. We haven't had green fields for ages. I don't know. 97 miles to go. We are 5 hours 20 and 32 to go. So I reckoned 5 hours 51 Well, pretty close. Pretty close. Well, so Africa Goblin hasn't had the love that lots of areas have. So it should be photogrammetry. But it's probably not been mapped properly for ages. I think it's probably loose, Brian, so I'll after I've landed, I'll go and have a play. I mean, it has been pretty flat. It's been pretty flat like the sea, but it has been an experience to fly across, that's for sure. Oh, I don't have any rock or heavy metal on my music list. Oh, Catbat, I am so sorry. Come on, Microsoft and Sabo. This package issue is causing people tons of problems. So what are you doing to try and get around it? Are you just like all F4ing out? I'm sorry you're having all these troubles, guys. It's probably one of those ones you want to walk away from, but it's frustrating, right? Yeah, so there's this your packages are out of date thing that's going on, and lots of people had it yesterday. I have some big books. I have quite a good aim with big books. Started happening yesterday, I think, or Thursday. Go and play some horror games. Oh, crikey. So I'm just being a bit heavy on my pedals just to make sure they're still working. But make sure you post on the forums, Catbat, because everyone, you know, the more or at least put a report into it on the Zendesk, because the more people they know about it, hopefully the more they can do to find it. That's terrible, though. There's quite a few people have happened to, right? There's loads of us yesterday having it. Use a hammer if it doesn't work, yeah. Do they not answer? Do they not? Do they just copy and paste a response then, SJ Fly? If not, go on Twitter and start kicking a fuss up on Twitter in public. Gagaman, it's the Mooney M20R Ovation by Caronado. We're flying it because the Electra's not in the game, so I can't fly the same aircraft that Amelia flew. But an M20, Mooney M20 was flown on the 80th anniversary flight, and it was specially modified to have a 200-gallon tank, so it had a 3,003 nautical mile range. It flies approximately at 150 knots, which is approximately the same rate that the Electra flew. Well, that's not good, is it? 26 minutes to go, 78.4 miles. Hey, Ilansky, how are you doing? Yeah, we've got quite a few fireflies with us. It's going great. We're not far from our destination now, about 25 minutes out. Distance of 77 miles, or 76 miles now. And it's going great. Oh, I heard something click in my cabin that was not me. What is clicking in my cabin? Don't start messing up now. Be nice. Captain Jack Lyles, the head of his Viper Strike. Draco Core. Scorpio. Dangerous Brian, Captain Arash Tarnish, Big Tone 66, Botip, Kazaki Flyer, Yaiti, Druid Zeus, Goblin Zeus, Winterband are all flying along. We did have the Thunderflies earlier. If you don't know, the Thunderflies are doing an air show tomorrow on the Two-Tone Murphy stream that starts at 8 a.m. UK time or Ireland time. That's going to be, I think it's a first for any flight sim for an aerobatic air display. They've been practicing like crazy and they are ridiculously good. So I'm really looking forward to that tomorrow. You should be able to see them over on the Two-Tone Murphy stream. Following my stream tonight, we've got Colonel Fork, who is going to be doing his rescheduled Thursday flight. Catch him over on Twitch tonight after my stream. Later on this evening, you've got CDL. And CDL's tomorrow also at 8 p.m. tomorrow is going to be doing his What the Flock. And we are all found over on Two-Tone Murphy's Discord, where you can happily find us all. And if you need to talk to us, ask us questions, get some help, just hang around and chat, have a crack, we're all there. If you're interested in the special livery I have, this is not going to work, is it? You can get the livery on twotonemurphy.com/downloads, and you can get the special Electra inspired livery for the Mooney, which is representing the aluminium body of the Electra and the red highlights that the original aircraft had. So the original aircraft was nice and metallic and had red highlights on the wings and between the two twin rudders. Obviously I've only got a single tail and rudder, so can only have that. So today's route has been all the way from Gao in Mali. Southeast we flew over Niamey, and now we've been going south-southeast-ish or east-southeast towards Ndjamena. Sadly not tarnished, no. It was only made for the Mooney. Kindly made by Gibbo Island to support the stream. And especially for the memorial flight. But it's lovely, isn't it? It really does show off the aircraft and the riveting, and I think it's fabulous. Well, I wouldn't I? Because it was made for me, but I love it. I just think it's fabulous and simple and just brilliant. Yeah, it's brilliant. Okay, 15 and 12, 2 on the right until we change to left. We have 21.43, so 21 minutes, 64 miles out. Just checking my rivers now on the map. It's quite hard to see these rivers like this. There is something going click click in my cabin, and I don't know what it is. Do you know what it is? Those rudder pedals have turned off again, look. You're joshing me. Something is... I hear it turn off. So my nearest airport, if anything goes wrong, is behind me, right? Yep. DNMA. Well, 2 times is not a charm. Give me a moment. Sorry, guys. But a 3rd time is. No, still not working. Oh well, okay, I'm gonna give up. It's not gonna fix it. I'm gonna have to do it the hard way. It's completely turned off now. That's crazy. Very, very disappointing. Oh, I don't want to do auto rudder. I really don't want to do auto rudder. I know I'm using autopilots, but I wanted to do a manual landing. Oh, because that's like the best bit of it, the takeoff and the landing. Yeah, it's not going to work. So the drivers have completely crashed now. They're not even doing anything. Well, at the moment that would mean me crawling right under the desk and pulling it out of the back of the computer. Maybe I'll do that. Just give me a moment. We haven't got that far. I'm gonna give it a go. I've got to try and find the cable now. Right, cover me. I'm going underneath the cockpit. Ugh. Oh. Ow. No, no. And now my sound is dead, right? Anything? Anything? I'm back. Can you hear me now? The interesting thing will be, why is there no game? Mm-hmm. Right, now there's game, right? Now, so Captain Arash, I'm hoping that that save I did just before I crashed everything will work. Here's this interesting thing. There's more to this that's going on than I thought. So I reckon that there is a conflict between my USB soundings and things, because the reason, so you can hear the game sounding, right? You can hear the music playing. I don't normally hear the music playing in the game when it starts. If I turn off spatial audio, oh, you can't hear it. Well, I can hear it right now. I can hear the game playing sound. It's playing music in my ears anyway. So there's a conflict somewhere between the... Oh, is that just my music playing? Oh, that's just the music, right? Oh, hang on. We can't find your audio device. Boom. Stop that. Something's playing music. Let's check my audio devices. So I think that something is turning... So something crashes in the audio devices. So the game is playing music. Do you hear that? Can you hear that music? All right. So that's the game. Right? I don't hear that when the game loads. Let me try one thing first, Viper Strike, and then I'll see if my save works, because it'd be nice to know if it does work. So I had about 15 and 12. So I don't normally get that music at all. I'll tell you in a minute when I load in. I've got my map and everything. Oh, so annoying. And I'm running everything in admin mode as well. So it should have less and less. I've turned all of the USB ports. Well, that seemed to work, guys, right? So to do that, do a bit of that. So let's just make sure I'm going where... So I'm behind you now, but I'm certainly in game. Just give me a moment. Let's put that on for a minute, just check where I'm at. Right, so... So let's get this sorted out again. So game sound needs to come down a lot down, right? Game sound can come down. Let's get this under control. Manifold pressure down to 20. Oh, it's remembered my fuel. Oh, of course it will. Oh, well, that's handy. Okay. All right, well, that's not so hideous. Well, we'll see. Is it good? Rudders, brakes. Just don't die on me again, or you're going to get shouted at. Oh, there we go. A little bit of excitement, everybody. Oi, oi, oi. Coming back up to 8,000 feet. Well, yes. Yeah, if they can add the filters to the Elgato Wave. Well done, Coltonish. So I don't really count it as a CTD really, because it was me pulling, and I knew that at some point my luck was going to run out, because Microsoft Flight Simulator does not like you changing USB ports on it while it's working. So but hopefully you can hear me now, and we've got everything back to where we were, and that save in flight worked, which was useful. $15 and $12, that was pretty good remembering that. Oh, that was a bit of excitement. A little bit more excitement than I wanted. In terms of miles, we've got 52.5 miles to go, Super Typhon. Well, considering the rudder pedals are half of the cost of my graphics card, I still think that the fact that they can turn themselves to sleep one way or another is a bit poor. Right? 450 odd quid of rudder pedal, and they only like USB 2s. I mean, I've got it in a powered hub, but that will not stop it doing it. Well done, Coltonish. That's really good. Yes, it would be useful if there was an autosave and it could load you in. We will solve it. We will get there. I mean, let's be honest. I flew for about 5 hours, 30 odd minutes without a CTD, which is still promising. That is a completely different issue. The fact that I have to try and keep these pedals alive. It's annoying. I'm working with AMD as well, just because I've set every hub on my computer in Windows to not allow Windows to turn the power off. We do, Draco. You're absolutely right. We absolutely do more support than Microsoft. What a shame. I'm sorry, guys, for that. For the interruption to the flight. Yeah. Right, now look at my map. Right, I've got all flustered again. Okay. So it's yes. Apparently there were some hills back there. I don't recall flying over them. Hey, Pate, lovely to see you. And now, of course, my game sounds incredibly loud, even though it's only at 20%. Wow. There's Pate following me there. Pate, Captain Arash. Winterband's ahead of me. Everyone else is ahead of me. I'll catch you up. We're on our way. We're on our way. No worries, you enjoy your flight planning. Absolutely no problem at all. It just sounds very heavy in my ears, even though my mixer volume's quite low. No, I don't think so, but to be fair, my Cytec pedals of however many years old, 5 or 6, 7 years old they are, they don't turn off. And they're 100 quid, 150 quid or whatever it is. Okay, Viper Strike. I will be going down. I will be descending in a little bit, but not just yet. I'm going to descend in about 14 miles. About 14 miles. Use the FF button. What's the FF button? What's the FF button? Do I not know what the FF button is? Yeah, we're not too far. We're about 13 minutes out. Well, do you know, actually, I might go down about 2,500, actually. Yeah, let's do that. Let's do a nice slow descent so we can see the river nicely when we get there. So, 4, 3, do 500. Let's just do a nice gentle down. I mean, it's really weird because I can leave them plugged in for like 5 or 6 hours with the game not running and they all working. I plug them in the game, leave them for a few hours and they turn off. Oh, fast forward. Oh, no. Not going to do that. I want, you know, even though I had to load in and it's not quite what would have happened on flight, but her rudders wouldn't have done that. I don't want to speed it in. Dr. Treescape, thank you for following and welcome to our stream just as you catch us about 35 miles out from our destination. Thank you for joining. Hope you've had a good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. We're about 11 minutes out from Fort Lamy, or as was, and which is now going to be Endajima. We've been going for about 5 hours 50 odd, but my rudder pedals just decided they didn't want to work. I tried something and it crashed the sim, so hey ho. Ah, whereabouts in Germany? Greetings to you. Germany is one of my favourite countries. Spent some time out there. Holidayed in the Southern Alps quite a lot, the Bavarian Alps. I guess I'm on the wrong tank, right? So let's change you to that one. So yeah, sim controllers are being a little bit picky. So I'm just about trying to regain my composure after having fought with the controllers for a while. Oh, of course. All right. All right. You're going to play that game now, are you? So, flight director is on. Let's see what you do. You're not a happy bunny, are you, aircraft? Really not happy? Alright. Let's just get back on course and then... Well, there's the river anyway. Okay, so... Okay, right. Game's gonna be really... It's toying with me, isn't it? absolutely toying with me. Everything's all stopping to work. Brad Pilot Randy, hey, how you doing? Oh, we've had some fun and games the last 20 minutes or so. It went well until about 20 minutes ago, and then my rudder pedals decided not to stop working on me, which is really, 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 really annoying, because it did it last week too. Had no problems at all last night, no problems on any of the streams in the week, and then today, boom, off. But lovely to see you, Rad Planet Randy. We're about 22 miles out, so really very close now. So just referring to maps and everything now. So when I get north of Kalakafra, I just want to turn slightly a bit more southeasterly and then bring ourselves in. Just gonna slow myself down a little bit. Not in any hurry. 11 gallons on the right, getting ready to change to left. So the runway altitude is 968 feet. So yeah, so then I can get there, and then I'll come in on 45 degrees magnetic. So just slow myself down just a little bit while I'm getting some descent from my messing about. Okay. Bring that manifold pressure back a little bit now. Bring that forward down a little bit. Keep that engine temperature down as we come down. Manifold pressure can come to 20. Okay, so there's the river, and the airport will be directly east of us. But we're gonna fly down the side of the river and then come into the airport. Just bear with me while I'm concentrating on my map reading and everything. Oh, poor rudder pedals. Yeah, I know, but it's not the same, right? It's like, well, because then I have to take my hands off my controls, and it's not the same as landing it as in full control. So, you know, hand on the rudder, sorry, hand on the yoke, hand on your throttles. You know, having to reach forward. Remember, it's the right control and the number pad. It's all just a little bit. I'm just not used to it. I'm just used to pressing my toe brakes. Yeah, but I had no brakes, no rudders last time. I'd like some brakes. And then I need to work out how I'm going to drape this cable, because it's literally running in front of my desk. Okay, so that's Kalakafra. Kalakafra there. So I'm going to come off of AP around about there. And then I'm going to fly down the lake. I mean, look out. I have no idea what the runway looks like or roughly where it is. It's out here somewhere. It's roughly out here. So it's actually roughly around here, isn't it? Yeah, okay. Right, so prepare for landing. Left tank to fullest tank. Seatbelts are secure. Not quite ready to put mixture full rich yet, so mixture as required. Harnesses, doors are locked. Passengers are briefed. Fred, we're going to land in a minute, so he's briefed. Come on. Trim down. Be nice. Really don't want to trim, do you? Come on. Look, I take you out for a spin all the time. Should be nice. Nice little aircraft. Be good to me. Right, okay. Okay, just keep managing that and that. You just want to fly, that's the problem. Such a slippy bird. So follow the river. And then I can do an intercept for 45 degrees. So handily, the GPS, so the Naughty GPS has obviously got the ILS markers for the waypoints, which I wasn't looking at. I was watching my map. Okay, and there's the runway. So get my speed down then. Come on, let's get you down. So on final, gears down and locked, flaps full, mixture rich. RPM where I need it to be. Just give myself a wobble. Are they still working? No, no rudders. They've gone to sleep again, look. Oh well, okay, no brakes then, guys. After all that faffing about. I'm gonna have to do this the hard way. Oh, that's a long runway. Pan. No brakes. Okay, so it's as lined up as I can get it. Oh, wow. Oh, well. That didn't like that at all. Oh, my word. I've lost all my controls. I've got no controls. Oh, dear. I lost everything. All my USB is turned off. Oh, my crikey. Hang on a sec. Can I change that now? Oh, dear. Oh, dear. Oh, my God. Literally everything died. Hang on a minute. Just give me a moment. Plug that in there. Have I got anything now? Oh, we've got engine back. Have I got any? I can't turn the blade thing, can I? No. Got no. Can I do what? No, nothing. Just literally, I can go forward and back. I've got no controls. And it's not that one. And now my keyboard's not working, so I can't stop. Oh, Christ almighty. Yeah, even my control numlock was not working. Gotta love it. Something to remember it by. Well, let's do the only thing I can do, which is cut the engine. Cut the engine. Oh, man. Oh, I'm so disappointed. It was all nicely lined up and everything, and then all my controls went. I'm sorry, guys. It's like the plane's like, I've had enough. I've had enough. Oh, dear, oh dear. Well, there we go. I can't even control anything at the minute. Hang on, continue. Can I get out of the aircraft? Yes, I can. Can I move that around? So I at least see people coming in and doing proper landings. Oh, man. Well, I don't know if I'd have walked away from that one, really. Well, I think I might have had a very... Oh, well, I don't know what to do. I don't know why they're not working. It's like... I'm really disappointed. Yeah, it wasn't a good approach, but, you know... It's not quite the same, is it? I've done that, Johnny. So I've got the latest BIOS, the absolute latest BIOS. I've got the latest chipset drivers. I've done everything that the manufacturers have told me to use. The only thing I haven't done is make one change to the BIOS, which I'll go and do after this flight. Oh, dear. Anyway, you had a little bit of a fun landing there from me, which was a bit... Oh, I'm really disappointed. I'm really disappointed. I'm laughing, but I'm actually really disappointed. But here we go. That's it. Literally, I lost everything. I had no rudders, no pedals, no yoke, no nothing. So it was literally like, right, we're going down. It was like, oh, it was so... yeah. Oh, here we go. Thank you, Seamus. Thank you so much for following. And I'm sorry, guys, about that terrible, 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 terrible landing. But literally, I can't even put my flaps up. It's like everything's dead. Right, I will find someone nice to go and raid and hope that they're having a great day. Thank you so much for everybody coming along to watch. Thank you so many of you for the follows and the new subscriptions and the gift subs and your kind generosity and willing me along all the way. I am so sorry that we had issues in the end. I will try and fix it for next week. Very disappointing, but well flown, guys. Thanks for coming all this way with me. It's another 1,000 miles nearly all done, and shorter leg next week. Hopefully we'll have less problems. In the meantime, I hope you who am I going to raid today? I'm gonna have a quick look because I've raided you last time. So let's have a quick look. Who's streaming now that I can raid? Anyone I know? Microsoft Flight Simulator. Have a look. Anyone doing any GA? Anyone doing any GA? Someone appears to be flying around the world. Don't know who they are. They've got a few viewers. Why don't we raid them and give them? They've got about 13 people. So let's raid new F30 flying around the world. Don't know where they're going. Don't know what they're doing. But let's give them some love and some followage. Thanks very much, guys. Take care, and I will catch you next time.